story started, we were nothing more than cares in Scansel Gardens, kissing for the thrill of it. I thought I saw the one when I looked at you. Tell me this was more than some rendezvous. I'm lying on the ground, I'm crawling, look how far we've fallen. I'm looking for the pieces we left in the Scansel Gardens. Scansel Gardens. The Scansel Gardens. The flights departed. Now the pain is sinking in. 'Cause my lonely heart will forever feel you lingering. I thought I saw the one when I looked at you. Tell me this was more than some rendezvous. I'm lying on the ground, I'm crawling, look how far we've fallen. I'm looking for the pieces we left in the Scansel Gardens. The Scansel Gardens. I thought I saw the one when I looked at you. Tell me this was more than some rendezvous. I'm lying on the ground, I'm crawling, look how far we've fallen. I'm looking for the pieces we left in the Scansel Gardens. The Scansel Gardens. I thought I saw the one when I looked at you. Tell me this was more than some rendezvous. I'm lying on the ground, I'm crawling, look how far we've fallen. I'm looking for the pieces we left in the Scansel Gardens. The Scansel Gardens.
I have this thing where I get older but just never wiser. Midnights become my afternoons. When my depression works the graveyard shift, all of the people I've ghosted stand there in the room. I should not be left to my own devices. They come with prices and vices. I end up in crisis. All this time I wake up screaming from dreaming. One day I'll watch as you're leaving, 'cause you got tired of my scheming for the last time. It's me, hi, I'm the problem, it's me. Time, everybody agrees. Upstairs are actually at the sun, but never in the mirror. It must be exhausting, always rooting for the anti-hero. Sometimes I feel like everybody is a sexy baby, and I'm a monster on the hill. Too big to hang out, slowly lurching towards your favorite city. Pierce through the heart but never kill. Did you hear my covert narcissism? My disguise is altruism, like some kind of congressman. All this time I wake up screaming from dreaming. One day I'll watch as you're leaving, and life will lose all this meaning for the last time. It's me, hi, I'm the problem, it's me. Time, everybody agrees. Upstairs are actually at the sun, but never in the mirror. It must be exhausting, always rooting for the anti-hero. surprised, but I want some more. Straight pulling away from the things I know. Oh, now I'm trying to take charge with it. Filling all these cards back, but hey, I remember these days looking so bright. Floating away, flying high. Don't know how I got so far from you. Oh, la la la. Working on a race 'cause I need somebody. Yeah, I made mistakes, but I'm falling back. Counting all the ways that I can't say sorry. Don't you see me running for you? Trying to get back, we give it all up. All up. Trying to get back, we give it all up. All up. Trying to get back, we give it all up. Inside the past, but I'm in too deep. All this alcohol's catching up on me. You play the game like a melody. Ride with it, trying to run these skies back, but hey, I remember these days looking so bright. Floating away, flying high. Don't know how I got so far from you. Oh, la la la. Working on a race 'cause I need somebody. Yeah, I made mistakes, but I'm falling back. Counting all the ways that I can't say sorry. Don't you see me running for you? Trying to get back, we give it all up. All up. Trying to get back, we give it all up. All up. Trying to get back, we give it all up. Working on a race 'cause I need somebody. Yeah, I made mistakes, but I'm falling back. Counting all the ways that I can't say sorry. Don't you see me running for you? Trying to get back, we give it all up. Call me, tell me I need ya. I need ya to say you'll still be there. It's always been out of my hands. I'm falling with nowhere to land. And I don't know what to say in the moment. Your body up on me, got me frozen. Keep me up all night, but we don't even know yet if we should even go there. This is just a game for us. Keep playing like we ain't in love. I'm right here for what it's gonna be. This whole time you had a hold of me. This is just a game. This is just a game. Why would you just leave me waiting? I left my heart for the taking. We've been down this road before. Too fast and losing control. I don't know what to say in the moment. Your body up on me, got me frozen. Keep me up all night, but we don't even know yet if we should even go there. This is just a game for us. Keep playing like we ain't in love. I'm right here for what it's gonna be. This whole time you had a hold of me. This is just a game. This is just a game. This is just a game for us. Keep playing like we ain't in love. I'm right here for what it's gonna be. is coming through. Oh, you fill my lungs with sweetness, and you fill my head with you. Shine a write it in a letter, shine a try to get it down. Oh, you fill my head with pieces of a song I can't get out. Can I be close to you? 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 Can I take you to a moment where the fields are painted gold and the trees are filled with memories of the feelings never told? When the evening pulls the sun down and the day is almost through, oh, the whole world is sleeping, but more than you. Can I be close to you? Can I be close to you? Can I be close to
Tell me, darling, what's been on your mind? I had a feeling, I've seen it in your eyes. It's like I'm dreaming, you got me hypnotized out my mind. I know I'm just what you need, come on. But you don't have to say it now, you see it by the way you move. You move on me. Trying not to show what's deep inside, but in myself I feel the fire. Don't you get too close, you'll be surprised before it all blows. You'll be struck by so high, coming like a heat wave. No way of escaping now. Got you way too deep, babe. Yeah, caught up in the heat wave. Never thought that feeling coming to my way. Burning up your feet, you know how I'm feeling. Feeling the fire, you way. Oh baby, I know you ain't seen it coming, but I try to warn you. Said it's crazy. Now I fight it with the fire and escape for two. I know I'm just what you need, come on. But you don't have to say it now, you see it by the way you move. You move on me. Trying not to show what's deep inside, but in myself I feel the fire. Don't you get too close, you'll be surprised before it all blows. You'll be struck by so high, coming like a heat wave. No way of escaping now. Got you way too deep, babe. Yeah, caught up in the heat wave. Never felt that feeling. Burning up your feet, you know how I'm feeling. Feeling the fire, you way. Drifting away. Drifting away. Drifting away into your light and liquid love, and I get carried away like a leaf upon the water as
No tens veu, no tens veu, no tens veu.
No tinc veu? Sí? Hola. Bon dia a tothom. Good morning. Benvinguts a la jornada Propostes sobre una economia blava sostenible. Avui tenim una jornada molt intensa i segur que molt interessant. Començarem amb la benvinguda del senyor Pere Granados, diputat de l'àrea de projectes europeus i regió del coneixement i alcalde de Salou. Endavant, senyor Granados.
Bé, moltes gràcies. Molt bon dia a tots i a totes i, en definitiva, també diputats i diputades de la Diputació de Tarragona que esteu aquí presents. Molt bon dia, amics i amigues. Bé, en primer lloc, em complau poder adreçar unes paraules de benvinguda des del municipi de Salou, del qual tinc l'honor de presidir com a alcalde de Salou. Bé, per fer una pinzellada d'introducció, dir-vos que el nostre poble sempre ha estat obert al mar com a generador d'activitat econòmica. Dir que Salou és el port natural més important de Catalunya, que 400 anys abans de Jesucrist aquí nosaltres teníem una ciutat internacional de comerç en la Mediterrània, 400 anys abans de Jesucrist, que es diu Cal·lípolis. I dic internacional perquè en aquell moment es donaven cita als ibers, que són els autòctons de la península ibèrica, es donaven cita també als grecs, als fenicis, als marsalis del sud de França, Marsella, Marsalis, i també als fenicis. Per tant, aquí hi havia una gran activitat comercial en el seu dia. La importància del port, ja que parlem d'economia blava, arriba fins al que és el segle XIX, a començaments del segle XIX, que és quan es comença a construir el port de Tarragona, les infraestructures portuàries modernes. Fins a aquell moment, pràcticament, tot el comerç que hi havia marítim passava per Salou, a excepció de Barcelona, evidentment, parlem d'aquí del territori. Bé, la pesca també ha estat un dels elements importants a casa nostra, avui no, perquè va ser el turisme el que la va substituir. Però, evidentment, el nostre poble està lligat a lo que és l'economia blava des dels seus orígens. Dir-vos que en el segle XII, el 1194, quan es dicta la Carta de Població de Salou per part del rei Alfons II, rei d'Aragó i comte de Barcelona, entre altres senyorios i territoris que tenia, no la dicta al poble de Salou, sinó que la dicta al port de Salou. I això és un fet molt important perquè determina tota la nostra història. Doncs bé, l'economia actual, la principal que tenim, és l'economia dedicada al turisme, i som, en aquest cas, la capital de la Costa Daurada, perquè esteu a la Costa Daurada, província de Tarragona, i com a capital en quant al que és la importància de l'activitat turística. Penseu que Salou és una destinació turística que els seus habitants són 30.000, acaben de superar els 30.000, però que rep i dona atenció i serveis a més de 2 milions de visitants, que es tradueix en un número molt important, que són més de 8 milions de pernoctacions en una època estacional que estem treballant la seva desestacionalització. I, per tant, l'economia blava a casa nostra, des dels seus orígens, ha tingut veritablement una gran importància, no només a Salou. Penseu que Tarragona és la capital de l'imperi romà, aquesta zona de la península ibèrica, i per tant també
this part of the Iberian Peninsula. It was the Mare Nostrum,
no només a casa nostra, sinó també a lo que és més enllà del que és tot l'àrea mediterrània. Bé, quan parlem de generació d'activitat econòmica ho fem pensant que ha de ser respectuosa amb el medi en el que vivim, que a més acaba convertint-se en un recurs per a millorar la qualitat de vida dels nostres residents i ser palanca d'atracció per a les persones que gaudeixen del seu temps de lleure amb nosaltres. Una generació d'activitat que ha de ser respectuosa amb les persones que s'hi guanyen la vida. Això vol dir ocupacions de qualitat amb salaris justos, menor temporalitat, conciliació, projecció personal i professional. I tornem a posar en valor aquestes millores tan respectuoses a la pròpia competitivitat de les empreses del sector com en relació al conjunt del municipi. Personal més format, amb més competències, més satisfet, té una relació directa i immediata amb la percepció de qualitat dels serveis oferts als veïns i als nostres visitants. Aquí crec que coincidim amb la resta de territoris,
We do
fixant el
coincide
rumb
with
cap a
other
l'horitzó de les noves
territories,
activitats que permetran
setting
diversificar
the
les
target
fonts
to new
econòmiques de les
activities to
rendes empresarials
diversify
i familiars dels nostres municipis.
economic
En tot
and
moment
family
tenim en compte les
revenues of our
oportunitats que
municipalities.
obren
We
la
want to take
innovació i la
into
implementació de les
account the new
tecnologies
opportunities of
en
such as
àmbits
new
que fins
technologies
ara
in fields
ens plantejàvem.
that we
Són
cannot think of
fonamentals
before.
per a la retenció i atracció de talent a les
They are
indústries
paramount
tradicionals,
to
principalment
retain
el turisme,
talent
i
mainly
per
in
les
tourism
emergents,
and
per exemple,
for
en
the
l'entorn
emergent
de la
such
biotecnologia,
as
que troben en
biotechnology.
l'espai marí un àmbit de creixement
In the
espectacular
maritime
si som
field,
capaços d'articular
we-
propostes locals amb
there
la
is a
participació de
huge
centres de
growing,
recerca empresarials de l'administració i la societat.
huge growing.
Com a diputat delegat de projectes europeus i regió del coneixement
As a
de la
deputy
Diputació de
of the
Tarragona,
knowledge region of Tarragona,
a més obrir aquesta
I
reunió de persones
have
interessades
to
en la
open
construcció
this
de propostes
meeting
concretes
in
en
the
l'entorn
building
creixement
of
sostenible
concrete
en l'àmbit de
proposals
l'economia blava.
within the blue
Espai
economy.
que compartim,
This
evidentment.
space that
Tinc
we
la
are
satisfacció de
sharing,
fer-ho davant d'un
I am
auditori
happy to
que
do
acull
it
representants d'entitats de
before
l'àmbit europeu
this
que
audience
aporten mirades
with
diverses,
European representatives with different views,
que són
perspectives and
diferents i alhora
sensibilities
complementàries,
which are
fruit
different
de les
and
singularitats
which
associades a
complement
la riba
one
marítima en la
another.
qual es troba el territori de cadascú.
Our territory
Si m'ho
is the
permeten,
territory
de les
of
pròpies
everyone. If you
singladures.
allow me, the territories of
No puc
each
deixar
and
passar
every one
l'ocasió
of us.
d'esmentar la magnífica
I
notícia que
have to
suposa
mention the
l'acord
great
històric
news
assolit
about
fa
the
molt
historical
pocs dies
agreement reached
pels països membres de
some
les
days
Nacions Unides de
ago
protegir
by
el
the
30%
members of the
dels
United
oceans
Nations to
al 2030.
protect 30% of the oceans by
La
the year
presidenta de les negociacions, la senyora
2030.
Renalí, ho expressava
Ms.
afirmant
Renalí
que el vaixell
said
arriba a la
that
costa.
the ship
Després de
has
molts anys de
come
negociacions
to port.
complexes,
After
finalment,
many years
s'ha
of
donat
complex
un pas
negotiations,
d'alt
we
valor
have
per als oceans
made
pel
a
conjunt del
step
planeta.
ahead for
És
the
una
oceans
magnífica
and for
notícia
the planet.
perquè el planeta
It is a very
és
good
un
news because the planet is one of the oceans also.
S'ha iniciat el camí per assegurar
We have started to ensure the conversion and the sustainable use of marine biology out of the national jurisdictions. The starting point is very weak, just 1% is regulated, and now we want to deploy our sails so we can increase significantly marine spaces which have to be protected. We have to keep working on this line to get the total protection of the seabed. It is our responsibility, our duty to guarantee dignified life within the sea as well as for populations, so we can all enjoy for this marvelous blue space. Within this frame, we get together to respond to a certainty, the need to act in a coordinated way for sustainable growth. I want to thank the presence of the responsible of the DG, the EU, the Rovira and Virgilia, as well as the delegations of other rivers, other banks of the Atlantic and the Black Sea, who wanted to be with us. We recover normality to get together, to meet again and to exchange knowledge, experiences, opinions, worries, as well as enthusiasm, illusions. So, thank you very much for following us, for attending. We are convinced of the importance of the seas, of the oceans as drivers of the economy and sustainable growth. I would like to do it so with a threefold look: environmental sustainability, economic sustainability, and social sustainability. These three dimensions shape a whole which is well balanced. That's what the blue economy is about. We want to share a treatment of the water spaces as central elements of public policies, which are aligned to European criteria and the objectives for sustainable growth, sustainable development. Regarding this, we have to highlight the participation of local administrations, territorial administrations, intermediate NUP 3, such as the Diputació of Tarragona. The direct intervention of local administrations to act, providing response to the crisis situations, is deeply consolidated. With no doubt, the first answer are the entities and local communities. To this regard, it has been proved the capacity of resilience of the local world before the COVID-19 situation. The purpose of today is analyzing how we can add up our territories to the ecological, digital and inclusive transformation that Europe and the world is living. Necessary transformation to develop ourselves in a sustainable way, in a connected way, and without leaving anyone behind. We are focusing on the blue economy from our local proximity as well as the network connection. Each will bring what he knows the most, incorporating the economic, social and cultural reality, adding public and private value to enrich this proposal. So the circle will be closed. They could be concrete projects to be developed in the future and as far as possible in a very near future. We have the willingness to build a better Europe and a better for everyone. At the Diputació de Tarragona, as we say in our mandate, let's do of our territory the best place to live. I think it is a shared will that puts at the center of our actions the maritime space within the frame of in all these water areas. We have the water, the sea into account, but we also are interested in rivers and all activities for the well-being of people, such as thermal sites. Water contributes to the well-being of people. We do it in this aquatic field. When we want to have fun, we have to move to the how. We like to think that networking is one of the best mechanisms to get to achieve this purpose that we all share, which has been our way for us to get here co-production with public and private agents, incorporating to the blue economy a special look, particular look of women on the Blue Venus project. It has been a good example of collaboration with some entities attending this meeting. And the step of today, continuing working to share this ecosystem represented by its administrations, the economic fabric, the university, and people around the blue economy. These agents are the model of success of the society, and we have to work to keep working together. I am convinced that this is a huge challenge that we all have with these proposals, these highly valued proposals for our entities and the whole European Union. I encourage you to make the most of the upcoming sessions and the works that we will start in a very near future. And if you see that you get weak, have a stop to benefit from, to enjoy these Salou beaches where we can see el Golf de Sant Jordi or la Mar de la Frau. Welcome to Salou, welcome to Costa Daurada, welcome to Tarragona, and all of you, welcome. Thank you.
Gràcies. Doncs ara parlarà el senyor Josep Maria Lordi.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Josep Maria Lordi,
Regió del Coneixement de la Diputació.
Head of European Projects at the Diputació. Good morning, everyone. My task is the simplest one with highlight. I was required to explain you what is the meaning of our meeting. Well, our deputy told us we are talking of strategies that we will share with many common aspects, with some improvements. We will talk of politics, and what we are interested most is how we can land it all in the local field when we come back to our communities, so that we can tell them this is to build concrete efforts for a transformative action. We think that transformation is two things: innovation, local action by the agents of the fourfold helix, but there must be a will to have an impact. It ends up with this quote: we have to work for concrete projects, Interreg Europe, with these different views that are complementary. And from that, as the challenge, do it fast. As you know, Interreg Europe will be open during the first 15 days of March, I think, in Stockholm. And March the 15th, there will be the official opening, and it will end, this first phase will end by the month of June. We are lucky enough to have the collaboration of some representatives of the EU authorities and other associations. We will talk about political strategies and how to get to the local issues, and I hope that we will be successful so we can present a project that will be built in a collaborative way at the next Interreg Europe program. Thank you.
Doncs moltes gràcies al senyor Granados i al senyor Lordi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Granados and Mr. Lordi. We will start with the more technical session. Ignica Jakova, Deputy Head of Sea Basin Strategies, Maritime Regional Corporation and Maritime Security Unit at DG Mare of the European Commission. She will talk online because she couldn't come here, but it will be very interesting to have the vision of the DG Mare and her representative. Ignica, you have the floor. Thank you.
To everybody. Good morning, bon dia. I at the same time, I wonder if it would be possible to mute the mic from your side. I will continue. So apologies for not being there with you. I'm glad to be here to deliver a presentation on behalf of the European Commission. It will be really helpful if I don't hear the repetition of my voice. I don't know if the sound engineer could help me with that, because I keep on hearing my voice. So let me start by sharing with you my personal view that I think that for the regions, investing in blue economy sectors is of great potential, like investing in a niche of innovation. So even today we see that the blue economy is still untapped. 1 out of 5 EU regions is specializing in blue economy domain, but much more could be done. And why that? The blue economy sectors are extremely relevant to be developed and still they have the greatest potential locally and regionally, because there are great local and regional needs, because it is at the regional level that we need to implement blue economy, and also that's where we should invest in terms of policy push. And thank you very much for mentioning the BBNJ agreement that was recently agreed at the UN. Indeed, a historical agreement and also a historical achievement of the Union. We have been and working towards this success for many years. I think it's decades of work and a great legacy of UNCLOS, the United Nations Conventions of the Law of the Sea, and a great successful multilateralism. I would like to start by briefly introducing blue economy and why it is important for us. The sector is constantly evolving. Especially over the last decade, the changes have been dramatic. We have seen more traditional sectors towards a modernization and diversification, and then a creation of new emerging sectors, such as ocean renewable energy, bio-blue economy, biotechnology. For instance, in the European Union, the blue economy sectors generate, according to our blue economy report, around 4.5 million direct jobs.
4,5 milions de llocs de treball
66 billion euros every year.
I representa 66.000 milions d'euros. És incalculable el valor de l'aigua per la vida, a més. Per tant, té una importància mediambiental i econòmica fonamental.
Is seen through environmental perspective, social perspective and
des de la perspectiva, per tant, hi ha una perspectiva econòmica, una mediambiental. A Tarragona, tot això és molt important. Europa és el continent turístic més important. La meitat del turisme internacional es produeix a Europa. La costa és important en aquest sentit. El mar la turística és una indústria que està creixent, que genera molta feina. Un 60% dels llocs de treball i 45% tot això està recollit en l'informe de la Unió Europea. És un sector en el que es podria modernitzar. Per exemple, digitalització del turisme, fer-ho fàcil per les famílies, les destinacions. els viatges transfronterers, accessibilitat, que cal promoure. Hi ha molt de potencial. I per donar-vos un altre exemple de modernització, que caldria... Ui, disculpeu, la intèrpret demana excuses, no se sent, no ens arriba el so en aquest moment, com veieu, s'ha quedat bloquejada la imatge. Aplicacions de biomassa, microalgues, macroalgues, bactèries, fongs, invertebrats. Són els recursos marins que em venen al cap que pot treballar l'economia blava. I en aquesta conferència potser caldria parlar de les novetats que s'han produït a la Comissió, pistes, idees, eines que poden usar-se en el desenvolupament de l'economia blava. Parlant dels sectors establerts, hem treballat molt en molts àmbits per desenvolupar eines que ens portin a la sostenibilitat. Aquest mes, la Comissió ha publicat un informe superrellevant pel futur de l'economia a la Unió Europea, que és el paquet de pesca. Són 4 documents, la comunicació del funcionament de les polítiques de pesca, un pla d'acció per protegir els ecosistemes marins i de pesca, una comunicació de la transició energètica i un informe de l'Organització del Mercat Comú. Aquest paquet tracta de diferents aspectes de les nostres polítiques i estableix el camí de la feina futura. Estableix les bases pel futur de les activitats tradicionals, va a favor de la descarbonització, una transició de l'economia blava i la conservació dels ecosistemes marins. Reduir el consum dels hidrocarburs i del seu impacte en l'ecosistema. El sector s'anirà adaptant a poc, hi haurà un paquet de pesca i oceans que recolzarà la política pesquera comú, les organitzacions, els científics, etc. I la proposta també parla de com fer el sector un sector atractiu. Parlem de col·laboracions com adreçar col·lectivament la transició energètica. La Comissió també està mirant de reduir la fractura tecnològica com de mitjans de promoure skills, millorar les oportunitats financeres i augmentar la consciència. Hi ha l'estratègia de seguretat, però això és un altre tema. Vull compartir el meu treball d'estratègies que són molt rellevants per la regió. La cooperació regional és essencial. Cal promoure el diàleg a banda i banda de la costa i és una cosa que estem fomentant des del 21 amb les noves propostes per a l'economia sostenible de la Unió Europea. Segur que coneixeu el document perquè l'hem estat difonent àmpliament en el passat. Hem intentat implementar-lo en tot tipus de regions i sectors. Tenim estratègies per les conques marines, recolzar la integració econòmica i també per establir bones relacions de veïnatge entre països. Cooperació interregional. Volem que els estats membres cooperin entre ells i amb els estats adjacents. Tenim l'Atlàntic, el Mediterrani, el Mar Negre i també estem treballant en dues estratègies macroregionals, el Bàltic i l'Adriàtic. De moment hem tingut uns resultats excel·lents, amb gran participació de les parts interessades, moltes presentacions de projectes. Enguany, la Unió Europea continuarà recolzant la cooperació, les estratègies. Tenim moltes cartes per jugar, declaracions ministerials, preparacions al Mediterrani occidental i també a l'Atlàntic. Al Mediterrani oriental hem llançat una crida a propostes en l'àmbit de l'economia blava. Ara l'hem tancada ja i estem avaluant les propostes que hem rebut. Suposo que saben que els temes eren molt rellevants pel desenvolupament dels vostres sectors. Un era sobre les agrupacions marítimes, com creant vincles i centres, i l'altre era sobre ports ecològics. És tot un projecte que està desenvolupant-se i té gran potencial, amb grans projectes que rebran subvencions. Una altra iniciativa molt important que estem posant en marxa és les estratègies d'especialització. Veig que saben perfectament el que estem fent. En aquestes estratègies volem desenvolupar l'economia compartint les millors pràctiques, augmentant la integració de prioritats i creant unes bones condicions per a la governança. En aquest àmbit tenim innovacions, investigació i els hi donem subvencions. Pel que fa a la cooperació regional, hi ha una nova eina, que és el New Smart, la plataforma d'especialització per a l'economia blava sostenible. Ens centrem en la tecnologia, aqüicultura. És un enfocament local d'invertir en innovació creant associacions. Donarà suport a les regions i a les parts interessades amb col·laboracions público-privades. A les diferents conques es fomentarà la inversió i el desenvolupament de models intel·ligents. Us animo a visitar
this thematic platform. There are many services in this platform that will be offered. They're under development. They will be offered to regions and stakeholders through the platform. I would also like to invite you to participate online in the Smart Specialization Launch event of 30th of March. So what I could offer is to share with the organizers the details of this conference via email, and they could further disseminate the invitation for the Smart Specialization event It will be an online event, so it will be very easy to follow. And that's where you will have more in-depth information on the platform and most of all of the services that. This is a very useful, very practical tool that should enable partners to get together and build projects. And now I would like to, I think I'm talking too much, I will start to shorten my presentation. I would like to mention the European Maritime Day. Because it's an important flagship initiative for us, and I know that also Tarragona has been very much interested in that. And this is a perfect opportunity to share with stakeholders what we do. This is an annual 2-day event called European Maritime Day, or the place where the ocean leaders meet. Every year there is another European city that hosts the Maritime Day. It is organized in cooperation with the host city, the region, the national government, and the European Commission, DG Mare from our side. On this yearly occasion, the maritime community gathers across the EU. The states discuss, they have joint actions on blue economy. There is also an exhibition of all the initiatives that the EU is doing and that the stakeholders are offering. So to give you an example, this was established in 2008. It takes place every year. Due to the pandemic, the situation was very difficult in the past 2 years, and we have revived this year in Ravenna with a very high number of participation. This year, in 2023, the European 24th and 25th of May, the registrations will be open very soon, and needless to say that you're all invited to join us. I know many of you have already planned to be there. We are thinking of gathering around 1,000 or above participants, and there are 20 workshops. There are all policy topics covered. The commissioner will come for the opening, and the Director General of DG Mare will be also there. Back to back, we also think to organize the Blue Forum. And another side event, European Sea Ties. This is the event of all the European Maritime Day host cities. This will be organized as a mayor's initiative, and will focus on transition in the blue economy. Also, what else can I share with you? We also have an interesting event that is called EMD in My Country. This is an initiative, this is not an event. This is an initiative that goes beyond one city. We want to extend and sponsor European Maritime Days across Europe as local events. And last year, for instance, we had 600 EMD in My Country events all across Europe. We are still in the the call for events is still running. You can subscribe, register your event if you wish, and be able to have the label of EMD in My Country. We also offer visibility material, bags, visuals to support your event, and it could be basically anything related to the maritime economy and the ocean. It could be a beach cup cleaning event, it could be a music festival at the beach, it could be a conference, it could be stakeholders event, it could be any kind of festival for younger audience, in particular a school event, etc. So there's no limitation. You're welcome to apply. As a token of gratitude, you will receive our promotional material. This is what I wanted to share with you, and that I hope would be very interesting for your audience. and I will be happy to answer questions to the extent possible. If not, I will be able to convey your message to our colleagues so that we get back to you. In my view, it's very important that we focus on the region and local level, and this could also be done by developing a concerted, coordinated regional or local blue economy manifesto or blue economy strategy, where we also focus on the extremely important role of innovation and digitalization, and also earmarking specific funding opportunities for blue economy, because blue economy goes across so many sectors. In order to succeed, we need to join forces. We need to we also need to have dedicated funding opportunities, and that's what we are doing collectively, bringing all stakeholders together, bringing all policies together, and also directing everybody towards the relevant funding sources. In DG Mare, we have an excellent, super motivated team. We work on and we have a dedicated regional approach. We also have colleagues who are focusing on sectoral development. And so we could get together and support you and guide you in your initiative. So whenever you have questions, you wish to do a new project, or you wish to be more connected with the European networks, please get back to us. We will connect you with the relevant colleagues, and we will have your initiatives and your ideas so that they become implemented here. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Iglica. Can you hear us? Yes. If you can stay a little longer on the screen, then yes. I don't know, I think, well, ha sigut una intervenció molt interessant, no? Jo crec que ens has donat moltes idees i molta feina també, no? A nivell d'iniciatives en les quals podem participar i ens podem afegir. Personalment trobo molt interessant el que has comentat a nivell local, no? Que és el que ens interessa a nosaltres.
In particular, when you talk about the local level, we have a particular role within this strategy. I would like to give the floor to all the participants. If they have any questions, we will pass it to you.
Sí.
Sorry, because we can't hear the speaker.
Si ens pots confirmar,
yes, could you confirm, Iglica, when and where will the Maritime Day take place? Because we couldn't hear it very well.
Shall I do it now?
Yes, please, just for people to understand it, because, yeah.
Okay. The European Maritime Day takes place in Brest. Hello?
You are saying the numbers,
Can you hear me?
We cannot know this.
Were you saying the days? Because we couldn't hear you.
24th and 25th of May in Brest.
Great, yes, now it's clear. Thank you very much. No sé si hi ha alguna altra pregunta que vulgueu fer.
I don't know if there are more questions to Ms. Iglica Jakova.
1 second.
Sí, en primer lugar.
Yes, first of all, I want to thank you. Thanks for your participation and your offer, so that because this team is very enthusiastic to work with the local world. The purpose of this conference is to start building concrete projects, because from the strategy we have to go to concrete actions that we can further develop between the several Mediterranean rivers as well as other European basins. I don't know whether there is forecast as for a second call of this project, a second call that would take into account not the biggest structures, but the more local entities that some of us represent. Thank you.
Shall I reply now? Would you mind if I reply now?
Yes, I think it's fine if you reply now, please.
Yes. Thank you very much. I see a lot of scope for working locally, and it is the right moment now. In terms of what we have launched in the West Med as flagship calls for the economy, the call is closed, but next year there will be another one, so you will be able to apply next year. However, I would argue that this time the most relevant for you will be the smart specialization platform, and the conference at the end of there you will have concrete tools to gather the regions, the academia, bring the companies, and then build projects around your priorities, and also be guided on the available tools, funding tools. Another option that I would is the European Maritime Day, because this year we are having a very big exhibition area, and the European Commission will come with all everything that we have been doing in terms of funding through the different funding opportunities that we have. We have the MFAF, which is the European Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund, but we also have the funds that are related to climate change, the funds that are related to enterprise and development of SMEs. We have all the agencies of the European Union that will bring their achievements and their funding tools to promote in the EMD. So if you happen to be there, it will be a good opportunity to hear what the Commission is doing, where the money is, how to chip into the funding opportunities that are available for the stakeholders. I would also invite you to go to the West Med Initiative website. There is also a newsletter that is under preparation. There we also have a regular update of the current calls that are open for applications. So, I mean, what I could do from your side is send to the organizers a list of relevant links that you could also share. For the West Med, it's very easy. Platform, it's also very easy to click in. The most important is to get the network. Once you start networking, you will see that more and more opportunities will come to you. And also I would highly encourage you to pay attention at Interreg and work in that direction as well.
Sí, de fet, la nostra idea és intentar també treballar cap a l'Interreg.
The idea is to work towards Interreg Europe. We will take into account the other opportunities you mentioned, and we will comment with all the participants about their proposals, and we will require them to share the links as you kindly suggested. Are there more questions to Iglica?
En català? Sí, no? Vale. Bon dia, moltes gràcies per la seva presentació.
Thank you for your presentation. Of course, it will be useful, this list of calls, but as far as I know, I understand that the more relevant calls are EU missions for Oceans Horizon Europe. Is it correct?
Maybe I should have mentioned your mission ocean since the very beginning. And I know that you have been also greatly involved in our lighthouses that are put forward through the mission ocean. What I was referring here is for small stakeholders and smart specialization linking to innovative technologies in specific sectors. And the smart specialization and what we are doing currently through the Maritime Day is very relevant for everything related to coastal tourism, energy transition, and blue biotechnologies, algae, and all blue food. But indeed, in terms of greater heavyweight solutions, Mission Ocean and Horizon Europe are la voie royale, the big funding opportunity. I do recognize that. And thank you for mentioning it.
Gràcies. Alguna pregunta més? Doncs, si no, t'agraïm, Iglica, una altra vegada la teva participació i tota la informació que ens has donat.
Excuse me.
Sorry, yes. Can you hear me? Yes, so we will...
Laura.
Yes, we were thanking you for your participation, and we take the word that you tell us that you are at our disposal to ask you our doubts and ask for information. So thank you very much, and if you can stay a little longer, you are welcome to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Bye-bye. De la senyora Jacoba. Passem ja a la primera sessió de la jornada. Convido els ponents que ens acompanyaran en aquesta primera sessió, a la senyora Rosario Allué, de la Direcció General
Puyuelo, Deputy Director of Maritime Policies of the Generalitat de Catalunya, Ina Agafanova, Board Member of the Southeast Digital Innovation Hub of Burgas, Bulgaria, and Paula Biveson, Project and Communication Advisor, Centrum Balticum de Turku, the Baltic Sea. I invite them to sit around the table. Yes. Let's wait for a second until they join the seats. We have almost 85% of women. This first session is oriented to compare and present strategies related to a more sustainable blue economy through the different administrations, local and autonomous representations. We have representatives of the different maritime basins. Pia Todoskov, the case who was supposed to present the case of the Atlantic Sea. She could not attend, unfortunately. We have the case of the Black Sea, represented by Ina Agafanova, of the Southeast Digital Innovation Hub. And last but not least, we have the Centrum Balticum, based in Turku, with a more regional approach. First, we will give the floor to Rosario. So we will have the 3 talks and afterwards questions and answers. Rosario, Ayue. Okay.
perfecte.
Sí, ara la posarem. Sí, un momentet. Si vols començar igualment i anirà... Sí,
quasi que veig millor des d'aquí. Bé, bon dia, se'm sent bé?
Okay, I hope you can hear me well. Well, whilst the presentation runs, I am Rosario Allué, Deputy Director of Maritime Policies of the General Directorate of Maritime Policies and Sustainable Fishing of the Catalan government. Let me tell you that I had to talk about maritime strategy. This was the title of the presentation, but as you will see, that I would like to zoom out and talk about the maritime political agenda of Catalonia. It is relevant because it is one of the tools of the maritime agenda. It is a planning of what we want to do as an integrated marine policy. On its own, when we started working on this subject, we thought it would not be enough. So what we did was looking what were our peers were doing elsewhere in Europe and the rest of the world. In 2007, the international context started to begin talking about this integrated maritime policy. Afterwards, we talked about the blue growth, the growth of blue economy. There are European directives such as 2014 for the planning of maritime space, which depends on the maritime strategy, so the good health of the sea. So the blue growth moved to a sustainable blue economy. So we have also this ordinance of this regulation of uses and activities.
En el 2016 va començar...
In 2016, we started to draw a roadmap of the Catalan administration, because within all this European and international context, we could see that we were looking for models, some maritime strategies very close to us that in 2016 we couldn't find. We didn't have a state-like model, and we tried to look at the Quebec maritime strategy. Even though it was different, they have a different blue economy with different sectors, but there were some subjects that seemed very interesting, such as sustainability, everything based on knowledge, and as well as preserving the ecosystemic services and systems. And citizenship also seemed to be a very important matter. Yes, if you may, I would prefer to see the slides running. Okay. The fact is that we started with an agreement of the government. There was a maritime action program setting the basis for the elaboration of a maritime strategy. We had 2 years. We achieved to have a maritime strategy. It was approved in June 2018. We also initiated the setting up of other instruments such as this challenge. How did we have to implement this planning, this maritime planning? By the year 2017, the Consell Català de Cogestió Marítima was created. It implemented the co-management kind of governance, which is pioneering. It has been well recognized at an international level. We were basing our work on professional fishing activities.
Aquest és el context internacional que ja hem comentat.
This is the interregional context that we stated about, the challenge of governance, this council that was created in 2017. This strategic definition, the instruments, the tools were the definition, the planning, the strategy, governance, planning of maritime space, transfer and funding. These were the main pillars, the main instruments that we had to develop. The program, I already talked about it, the Council, which is the organ that has to make the difference with this participative governance, this four-pillar helix policy on which the society, civil society, administration and science participate, as well as the planning of the maritime space. We have the Mediterranean coast, which is complex with plenty of uses, and it has to be regulated in a way. There are other tools, the ICAT instrument, which is an institute, the Oceanographic Institute of Catalonia. We have other governance instruments, the co-management committees that started in 2012. They were successful with very interesting results, and this has brought us to extend it to other sectors. BlueNet CAT, innovation and transfer, that is the platform of technological development about projects, training and so on. We wanted to group in a single organ the reference centers, the universities, the research centers working on the maritime field, from social disciplines to engineering, of course, biology and oceanography. This is our roadmap. It started in 2016 with this Maritime Action Program. In 2017, the Consell Català de Cogestió Marítima was created, as well as ICAT. There was the approval. It was a non-published strategy, the Maritime Strategy of Catalonia. After these years of fishing management, we published the Decree of Governance, so it was not a volunteer platform at which all the sectors were collaborated, and we had at least a regulation framework. The administration had then the capacity to find when there were respective activities. Well, it helped us to move forward. In 2021, there is a sort of scale-up in the governance model, taula de cogestió, the co-management table of Baix Empordà, and in 2022 there was the constitution of the CCCM, and in 2023-24, during this period, we are working on the law of the sea. From the expertise and the know-how, we have been working on this maritime co-management, and we expect to have this new law in these 2 years. The Maritime Strategy of Catalonia There are 4 pillars. It is structured around the blue economy, which regroups one of the main strategic lines. It was the pillar, the blue economy. That is what we wanted to plan and develop. There is a second line, preservation and conservation of the ecosystems that have to be functional. The third pillar is the well-being of the citizens, how this blue economy contributes, helps the Catalan citizens, how it provides them with well-being. And the fourth pillar is the one of the governance. Consell Català de Cogestió Marítima, comitès de cogestió. This field, well, we started working on in 2016, and this fourth pillar, maybe it should not be part of the strategy, because at the end of the day, it is just the starting point. But when we started with this project, we hadn't established this governance model. So in the pluri-annual, the 4 years plan, the upcoming 4 years plan, governance could be out of this model. The view of the maritime strategy, in a few words, is developing the blue economy with ecosystems providing functional services, and the society will benefit from this, from economy and from, well, the benefits coming from the sea. We talked about the report of the blue economy of the EU. We also try to work so that our space, our territory can be linked, can be cross-linked, so we can see at which level we are vis-à-vis the EU. There was a first report of the blue economy in 2020 with data from the year 2018. There were emerging sectors and well-established sectors. We collected this data with aquaculture and fishing, construction, reparation of ships, transport and tourism, and as well as emerging sectors such as marine energy or the marine biotechnology. All these emerging sectors, well, we also have references, and we include them within this strategy. These reports highlighted the fact that we didn't have data about blue economy. We couldn't quantify it. This would be, it is an important step we are doing to have a statistic, an official statistic of this blue economy, following the steps of the EU. The set-up sectors are the traditional ones, those of whom we have already data, and the emerging ones are the renewable energies, where we do not have quantified these sectors, such as biotechnology, which is in a phase, in a stage of research. Desalination has also come into the EU report. We are starting to work with IDESCAT, the Catalan Institute of Stats, and we have elaborated a program of stats, and we start having stats of 2 years. We are in close contact with the EU, because this is not a closed list, it is a living list where there can be changes. We have some evaluations about best practices, and we can put some new sectors in. So, since 2021, the second report of the EU had a case study of Catalonia, and we have published the new case studies about leisure fishing activities, etc. So we are bringing all this work that we are doing to the EU report on an annual basis. With these figures, we did, well, we have to know that Catalonia is a maritime country. We have some data of employment, raw added value, and all what it represents. This gross added value. In Catalonia, we have tourism. Well, it represents the highest part of the economy. We want to have this data with more accuracy because there are some services provided to tourists that take place in Catalonia the whole year long. We make the difference. We have the leisure maritime activities as well as leisure fishing activities. Our citizens do this the whole year long and along all the coast, and they are sufficiently important to be ventilated. They are housing, they are restorations. Well, we use all these services. We understand that they have their own dimension, and so we hope that within these two spies we could be more accurate to break them down so we can talk about the economic potential of these activities. This presentation will be sent to you if you wish so. The governance model, what I was telling you about this four-pillar helix. This regulation was published, collecting our experience, and now we have all these co-management committees that manage the outcraft fishing in Catalonia. As for the scale-up of the table of co-management of Baix Empordà, it took 2 years to be implemented. This governance is not an easy task, an easy nor fast task. We have to put some efforts and many funds. After 2 years of preparation, we started to have a first action plan. Baix Empordà is a very touristic area. We had more than 100 stakeholders, from different administrations, scientists, fields. It was not easy to agree on an action plan. This was the proof lab, the test lab of Baix Empordà, and it can be extrapolated, it can be replicated throughout Catalonia. This is our challenge. We have to do this integrated maritime policy. The administration is basic. If we do not have the local administration, municipals, supra-municipals, etc., all the departments of the Generalitat, it seems it can be a bit daring that all the departments participate into this maritime policy. But after analyzing it, well, justice Why not? Because we are working with groups which face social difficulties, such as the disabled or other people in particular. Well, it is not a government strategy, but a strategy of a country. It is not of the government of the Generalitat de Catalunya. It is a strategy that belongs to all, and the managers or the co-managers have to be all the agents, the stakeholders linked to the maritime sectors, the environmental entities, as well as research entities. So you get a number. This is the structure. The council is made of 42 people. The permanent committee has not been set up. On average, there are 22 people in each commission. In 2022, these commissions were created, and in 2023, the permanent committee will have to be set to approve the new 4-year plan. As I told you, it is developed through these pluriannual plans. The first one embraced the years 2018 to 2022, and now 2023-2026. It will be set up in May. Other strategies of local development in a participative way. Relaying the DG Mare speaker, I can tell you that there is the system of the GALPs, the local fishing action groups. These GALPs are made in a network, and they manage the funds, the maritime fishing funds. These GALPs are developing these participative and local strategies. They are made of the fishing sector, as well as city councils, scientific representatives and other entities, and they dynamize all these activities. The first task they had was the Mar de l'Ebre. During a second period, the northern part of Catalonia was built, GALP Costa Brava, and the flag Costa Brava, and with the Maritime Fund, FELPA, we will have up to 5 flags that will cover the whole territory. So we are betting on improving this financial plan of this development. One of the instruments, the basic instruments to do all this is ICATMAR. It is a research institute for the governance of the sea that started counseling the fishing sector. The operational oceanographic service was launched with high-frequency radars. We started at the north. We already put 2 of them in Cap de Creus and Bagur, and in Arenys de Mar, Barcelona and Sitges will be the 3 new ones. In total, we will have a network of high-frequency radars in Catalonia covering all the territory to link with the ones of the ports of the state. We are already connected to the network of to the French network. I still have 2 minutes left, okay? I will go fast because the data are public. The network to do the transfer and the innovation to our economic sectors, well, they are in a second period. These data are from the first 3 years. It has been renovated. They have 3 more years starting this year, and there are more research and investigators groups. The European Fund, the European Maritime Fund and Fishing, FEMP, they are well managed, and from this we can see that the funds are growing for this period. So we could have some help to implement this. I was talking about the EMFF, of course, European Maritime Fisheries Fund, the flags, these local action groups, as well as for the flag, we are multiplying by 2 the economic efforts that are put on the table. On the law of the sea, on which we are working now, we are collecting all these instruments that I told you on a regulation framework. We hope that the law will be developed and passed during this year, so it is a reality by the year 2024. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Rosario Allue. If there is a question, yes, we have a question in the back of the room. Hello. More than a question, I want to take the opportunity vis-a-vis the flag. I am a technician of the Tarragona City Council, and as for the flag of Costa Daurada, next Friday, the candidature of the flag Tarragona will be presented. It is a task that we have been carrying out during the last months with the fishing associations, with the city councils. I wanted to tell you that flag Costa Daurada is already a reality. There is another question.
Moltes gràcies per la presentació, molt interessant.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I was wondering whether there is a figure within these buckets of information that accompany people like me. We have small startups, and we want to be part of this ecosystem. We want to grow within these ecosystems. I would be within the blue economy. But as you said, no segments have been created so far. Maybe you can enlighten us a little bit more. Okay. Yes, the biotechnology you are referring to, we have within the council one representative within each economic sector to find synergies to work together with this integrated maritime policy. But since we do not have this chair yet, it has not been filled. So at the council we do not have any representative of the marine biotechnology. But when there will be one, you will have a place, of course, to participate. And we should work with Brunet Cup, with the maritime network of references, so we could help these startups, these SMEs. That is why the network is for. It comes to avoid the gaps, to fill the gaps, right? So we can help in a certain territory. There can be an initiative from micro company or an SME that would require some funds to develop their own activities, of course. Thank you very much, Ms. Alwe. You are invited to stay. And I will give the floor to Ina Agafanova, board member of the Southeast Digital Innovation Hub, Burgas, a region in southeastern part of Bulgaria. She will tell us about the case of the Black Sea. You have the floor, madam.
Yes. Switch. Right. Thank you. Good morning to all participants. Can you hear me well? Yeah. Thank you. I would like first to extend my gratitude to the Mayor of Salou, Mr. Pere Granados, for his warm hospitality, and the organizers of this event, the Diputació of Tarragona, and personally to Mrs. Laura Capel for inviting me to take part in this event. Today I have the pleasure to present the initiatives and the strategies in the Blue Dimension in Burgas, Bulgaria. Burgas is a city located on the Black Sea coast of Bulgaria and is one of the major centers of economic activity in the region. The city has been actively promoting and the development of the blue economy. They are diverse and cover a wide range of areas, including fishing and aquaculture, maritime transport, marine tourism, offshore energy, and marine biodiversity conservation. The main activities related to the blue economy in Burgas region are fishing and aquaculture. Bulgaria has a long tradition of fisheries, particularly in the Black Sea and the Danube River, and aquaculture on all its territory. The Aquaculture Development Plan, modernization of aquaculture infrastructure, and promotion of research and innovation in the sector. The municipality of Burgas, on the local level, is participating by its membership and supporting activities in the local fishermen group Burgas Kameno. This is like your GAUP groups. The municipality is also heavily investing in necessary infrastructure in the fishermen village of Chengeneskele, and also taking care of the preservation of the non-material cultural heritage of the village by transforming it in a touristic attraction with regional importance. Maritime transport is the second sector with traditions. This is Bulgaria's strategic location on the Black Sea that makes it an important hub for maritime transport. The country has been investing in port infrastructure to support the growth of the shipping industry and promote sustainable maritime transport practices. And the Burgas municipality plans to get involved in the sector within the new period by developing maritime transportation between neighboring settlements by sea. Marine tourism. Bulgaria Black Sea coast is a popular tourist destination attracting millions of visitors each year. The country has been actively promoting marine tourism as a key component of the blue economy. The government has implemented various policies to support the development of sustainable marine tourism, including the establishment of marine protected areas, investment in port infrastructure, and promotion of ecotourism activities. Burgas municipality is actively participating in the marine tourism by financing and running a number of touristic attractions in the region. Offshore energy. The Black Sea has significant potential for offshore wind and other renewable energy sources. Bulgaria has been exploiting the development of offshore wind farms and other forms of renewable energy as a means of reducing its dependence on fossil fuels and promoting sustainable economic growth. The municipality is not currently and have not been up to now involved in any project related to the offshore energy yet, but it is open to participate in the future and develop it. Marine biodiversity conservation. While marine protection may not directly generate economic profit, it is an essential component of the blue economy because of it supports the sustainability and resilience of marine ecosystems, which are the foundation of many economic activities. Marine protection can also contribute to economic growth by minimizing the negative economic impacts of environmental degradation and supporting the development of new economic activities and products. The Black Sea is home of a diverse range of marine species, many of which are threatened by human activities, such as overfishing and pollution. Burgas municipality is actively involved in the marine protection and restoration by implementation of projects for cleaning of the Black Sea from plastics and raise of awareness among citizens and visitors for marine litter reduction. Of course. Excuse me. Sorry. So now I would like to give you more information about the organization that I represent today. This is the Southeast Digital Innovation Hub, called DigiHub. This is a joint initiative of organizations from the public, private, non-governmental, and the educational sectors of the Southeast region of Bulgaria. The mission of the DigiHub is to facilitate the effective transition to digitalization of the working process, to support the representatives of the business in the region for introduction and implementation of digital technologies and intelligent systems, and for offering of services with higher quality. DigiHub enables the trans-sectoral joint initiatives, workshops, and innovative startups. It contributes to the realization of joint projects for digital transformation of the business, which boosts the technological and innovative potential of the region by providing a wide range of services in the sectors of manufacturing, tourism, smart city, logistics, and mobility. DigiHub is also the EEN node in Burgas, part of the Bulgarian Enterprise Europe network starting from January 2022. It is also a fully operational digital innovation hub and an European digital innovation hub. DigiHub is closely connected to the clusters network through its members, the ICT cluster of Burgas. And based on this tripod structure, DigiHub is in constant connection and collaboration with all stakeholders grouped from the digital ecosystem of the Southeast region and beyond. The DigiHub is actively supporting the blue economy innovations in the region. In 2022, the implementation of the project Digital Network for Blue Economy and Promotion of Innovation began. Together with partners from Georgia and Ukraine, DigiHub and Burgas municipality as partners have joined forces to create a regional network for accelerating blue growth, an ecosystem that supports existing and emerging businesses and initiatives in the blue economy sectors. Within the framework of the project, a regional strategy of the Black Sea region for the blue economy and smart specialization with local action plans will be developed. It is planned to develop also digital training modules to increase the capacity of SMEs and entrepreneurs in the field of the blue economy and conduct training campaigns. Another key activity of the project implementation is the holding of local competitions for blue innovations and two-day hackathons in each of the partner cities, Burgas, Odessa, and Batumi. A Blue Growth collaboration platform and the Blue Ecomar mobile application will be developed, which aim to help SMEs and startups from Ukraine, Bulgaria, and Georgia in their development. Within the framework of the project, an exhibition on blue and green innovations, products, and services will be held with the participation of companies that represent digital, technological, and innovative products and solutions in the field of the maritime sectors, including tourism, resource management, and also urban environmental planning. Our target strategy is the plan for integrated development of the Burgas municipality. It was adopted in November 2021, and this is the main strategic document of the municipality. It is organized around a vision and 4 strategic goals. The vision is Burgas, an attractive place for life and business, effectively using its potential for balanced and sustainable integrated development with preserved local identity and access to a modern, resource-efficient, climate-adaptive and competitive economy, ensuring intelligent economic growth, spatial connectivity and access to services. The strategic goals are listed on those slides, and they are organized around socio-economic development, improvement of the quality of life, better regional integration, and use of natural resources, sustainable use of the natural resources. The 4 strategic goals are embodied in 7 priorities. The blue dimension permeates 6 of the 7 priorities. And the blue economy is represented in particular in priority 1, 5, and 6. Priority 1 focuses on economic development and innovation. Priority 5 concerns investments in maritime transport. And priority 6, ecosystem services. Although the blue theme is advocated, it is rather hidden in our document and does not appear explicitly, which is considered already a shortcoming, and the municipality of Burgas wishes to change this during the midterm evaluation. And we consider that a transnational project would be a good opportunity to improve this fundamental document. Thank you for your attention.
Ina, és molt interessant conèixer les realitats d'altres entorns.
It is always interesting to know the realities of other territories. Are there any questions to Ina? I had a question to you. You talked about the digital blue economy and innovation accelerator network. Could you tell us more about it? How will it work? How this network will...
Yes, thank you for this question. Actually, we are planning to collect ideas from the population to organize interesting hackathons that are attractive to young people especially, and we're gonna do it in 2 categories, for younger, even schoolers in the last years of school, and for, of course, adults without any restrictions of the age. And we're gonna organize these hackathons as promoted as interesting events and cited by other interesting events to collect more ideas and gather more attention in the city. And we want to promote also, we're gonna support these new ideas that we select through the hackathons by a mentoring program that will run for 6 months after the end of this process of selection. And with this mentoring program, we will aim to develop those startups, those ideas, to come to a point that they can be further financed by VC funds or maybe prepare them to apply for projects. It depends on their strategy for development.
Thank you very much. No sé si hi ha alguna altra intervenció. Si no, doncs moltes gràcies, Ina. Ara donem la paraula a Paula Biveson. Ella és Project Innovation Manager de Centrum Balticum. Ens parlarà de l'estratègia del Bàltic. Endavant.
Thank you so much for the invitation to come here. It's really exciting. I have been in Salo many times, but Salo in Finland, I think I prefer this. Okay, so I represent Centrum Balticum, which is a non-governmental organization in Turku, quite nicely located if you think about the Baltic Sea region. And our mission is to, I need to almost see this, to promote cohesion, competence and sustainability of the Baltic Sea region. We are also working in this quadruple helix thing. We already are very strong with academia and governance, but we also try to embrace business and civil society. Okay, so these are the things we are working with. For example, we are having this annual conference or forum, and this year's theme is, surprise, surprise, security and safety in the Baltic Sea region, knowing that maybe in June, Baltic Sea will be the inland sea of the NATO, so it's going to be very exciting. Last year, the theme was energy, and the next year theme is going to be sustainability. We also work with, I have forgotten, we work with BALEX, with Baltic Sea legal advice, since the area is because there are so many different countries and different kind of legal systems. We have different publications. This is, for example, Baltic Rim Economies. I mentioned it here. So since Turku has been a very important port, so naturally we have had a lot of different maritime projects, and these Baltic Sea legal studies I mentioned. And one of the most important things, and also the reason why I'm here, is that we work as the Baltic Sea strategy point, and that is kind of a secretariat for the EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region. And we have been involved in developing it. It has been established in 2009, and it's been developed all the time. And this shows the geographical area. There are many ways how to look at the Europe. In here, the sea basins, and therefore Tarragona is not in the map, but Baltic Sea Basin, Black Sea or Mediterranean Sea Basin, but this is just the macro strategies. The area covers 8 countries, and Norway and Iceland, and but the catchment area actually covers 12 countries, and therefore even Belarus, who hasn't got a coastal area, is involved or was involved. And we have 105 million inhabitants, and when I was looking at the blue economy, EU's blue economy report, it said that the Mediterranean area had 150 million inhabitants. So this gives a bit of a vision and what kind of challenges we might have. Okay, the key facts. We already have a long historical cooperation in the area, and naturally it continues that we try to create more platforms for cooperation and coordination. One of the important thing is that, and why we as the Centrum Balticum are taking care of the EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region, is that there are 3 no's. There's no new funding, no new legislation, no new institutions. So strategy point is kind of a project. So after some time we all apply for a new project funding, or maybe some other organizations take the torch from us. So that I think it's quite good, because then you are really constantly trying to improve the system. And of course our task is to try to interpret and implement the national EU strategic objectives and looking at the Baltic Sea region reality. The characteristics are that we're very different in this north, which is sparsely populated, and then the south, which is densely populated. I got a very good exercise with that when I went to ski holiday last week in the north over the polar circle, and to my surprise, internet didn't work. Well, why? Reindeers don't use internet, so it really is very sparsely populated. And then there's this still visible east-west divide, although it is slowly closing. And there's a dense governance structure. There's a lot of intergovernmental organizations, like, for example, Baltic Sea Marine Protection Commission, called HELCOM, and other kind of intergovernmental organizations. And it is growing fast. But one thing which, when I was looking at which are the focus areas, I'm looking at the blue economy, and they are short shipping, tourism, and offshore wind. But if we jump into what kind of environmental challenges this area has, is that, like I mentioned, the drainage area is wide, and the sea is very shallow. It has the volume of water is really low compared to any other, like compared to Black Sea, it's tiny. The salinity varies. This is more like for the species. It's very difficult to live there, and 1/5 of the half of the sea gets frozen. I think Finland is the only country in the world where all the ports can be frozen, so hence the icebreaker industry. And we are surrounded by countries with intensive agriculture and industry, and therefore there's a lot of environmental challenges. And this we need to think when we are thinking about how to promote blue economy, that it has to be both environmentally and economically sustainable. And this shows, well, this is actually quite good map of the strategy. There are around this circle, there are different policy areas, but it shows that if you are working underneath one policy area, so it doesn't mean that you can't work with others. For example, I'm going to present Renutri Water project in the afternoon, and it's working underneath the policy area Nutri, but also underneath policy area tourism. So there can be connections, and the idea for different projects is that they would either contribute to one PA policy area, or they can contribute to many. Blue economy is not named underneath any, or hasn't got any own policy area, but it is can relate to any of the policy areas, and this is something that already was mentioned, that once it's not on its own, so how can it be promoted? The strategy is implemented via existing financial instruments, like this one no new financial instruments. So there are plenty of different interacts working. I think there's 17 different interacts specifically around the Baltic Sea region, and then all the other EU funding opportunities. And blue economy was named in the Interreg Baltic Sea region, which is covering the whole area. And but it doesn't mean that there isn't any blue economy project. They can be underneath different projects, and also there can be other objective, not necessarily priorities, like green growth or cross-border cooperation or sustainable tourism, where the project is actually promoting blue economy. And like saying that I'm presenting Renutri Water, so it's actually not under blue economy, it's under sustainable waters. So these are the projects which are working now under the blue economy and Interreg Baltic Sea region. And on Tuesday is the last day for the second call. So there will be more of blue economy projects, which we don't know yet, but there will be more. And again, like I said, there can be other projects which are promoting blue economy, but they are not underneath this. All the projects, if you want to learn of them, they will be underneath the Interreg Baltic EU/project, and then the project name, or like just look for the projects. And that was all from me. Thank you. Yep. Yeah, oh, yes, I'll go there. Yeah.
Hi, good morning, maybe in English. Thank you, Paula, for your nice presentation, very nice. And very well welcome to the Southern Salou.
Thank you.
No, I was wondering, listening your presentations from you and also from Ina, that maybe it's my question. I think that it's important to link three components of this game. The policymakers, the society needs, and also the opinion of the experts and the developers of new technologies. And it is something that I think that we are lacking here in the south of Catalonia in particular. And maybe I'm wrong, and this is my question. And from your point of view, how these structures that you have presented are helping to connect all these parts of all these sectors that are needed to develop the blue economy? And how are you able to move to change the regional policies? Because your activity and connecting all those things. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay. I think that the structure could be always structured in different way, but the structure for the policy areas is one way how to first concentrate on different areas, and then inside the policy areas there's a need to try to involve all the sectors, and since they are the experts of that area, so that they know both the businesses, academia, and also the civil sector actors in that area. So that's one way how to try to involve everybody. But that's of course always problematic. But that's one of the reasons why, because when you are implementing strategy, so like I said, it's going via the projects, and in the project you always try to get also all the parts of the society involved. But it is true that with the regulation where the companies might not be involved, or they have quite difficult to fit into the system, or the financial fund should not be biased or supporting one company if they involve. So there are problems, but there's definitely a motivation and aim to try to get all involved. But if I knew how to embrace everybody, so I would definitely work with that, or give that secret to everybody.
Gràcies a les tres persones que han intervingut. Jo no faig una pregunta, intento aprofitar-me per al propòsit que teníem amb la sessió, que és acabar intentant construir projectes concrets per presentar
I'd like
convocatòries concretes.
to build concrete projects. I do not want to get out of the debate, but I do appreciate the questions raised as well as the answers for all of you who follow us on streaming. So the challenge might be how to integrate the interested stakeholders always from our local perspective. We indicate that the territory has to have these blue growth points. So I think I encourage you to reflect on this. If we can think about the models of living together, of local development. Sometimes we talk about industrial activities near the coastline as well as the tourism activities that want to benefit from these marvelous landscapes. Or we should move more into the details to improve technology or whatever. I thank you again for your conferences. All this is a challenge to see how we will manage all together.
Even though it wasn't a question, I would love to comment that, yes, that is very important that we work together, and when looking at the problems, they often, when really looking into the core of the problem, that can be looked, and it's similar especially in coastal cities, and therefore it's so important that we share and look. Integrate and improve cooperation, and therefore it is great that there is such events like this, and that therefore I'm happy to be here and listen to what you are doing. Thank you.
Hola. Sí. Thank you very much for your presentation. M'agradaria fer una pregunta. Jo estic aquí en representació de l'Associació d'Ecoturisme.
Yes, I am representing the Ecotourism Association from the Delta del Ebro. We are a territory. We are a natural park since many years, and as an association, we are all small touristic enterprises and an association. All the companies that are part of the associations, we are members of the European Sustainable Chart. This is a network that allow us, well, there is a sort of beep somewhere. Yes. Okay, now much better. We are an association of ecotourism of very small companies. We operate on this natural park. We belong to this European Chart of Sustainable Tourism since 20 years. When we decided to be part of this network, there were many reasons for that, as well as many reasons, yes. One part of the territory was not joining the network, so at the very beginning, just the left part of the Delta joined the European Chart of Sustainable Growth. And at the local level, there were several discrepancies about the implications of this when using the public space, and if this could limit the tourist activities. Nowadays, we can survive with our touristic activities thanks to this protection of the space that started in a given moment, and we can work on a network thanks to this umbrella of the European Chart of Sustainable Tourism. I don't know if it is a fourth helix, but at least a triple one it is. We work the companies, the natural park, the Diputació, and we all work well. It is driving work more than a touristic label. Within all these, there are different debates at the level of the territory and on how the touristic model is impacting positively or negatively our territory. One of the debates we hold is marine reserve. I do not know the blue economy sector. I come from a small touristic company. I thank you for letting me hear, because I can learn, but I would like to know more. We are much worried about preservation of our species, because at the same time there are conflicts within the same sector, because the fact that we can offer local or autochthonous products of our territory, this brings added value. But at the same time we are worried, because we don't know if we do not have a marine reserve or an umbrella that protects this part, and obviously this is not a conflict of interest. I know I am very much demanding, but is there a conflict of interest with people that made their lives from this? Well, we do not know how to articulate this. We have the support of the tourists, in fact, and the protection of our territory, and we think that this is very important, but it is true that well, it was more than 20 years ago, and we still do not know how we can put some pressure before the marine reserve. What is the importance of the marine reserves within the blue economy? This might be the question of Madam. And by the side of Generalitat, is it a stupid thing that we would debate on the possibility to be part of this marine reserve? I don't know whether I was clear or it was just a comment to reflection. Well, maybe Rosario Alue could answer, and maybe afterwards Paula and Ina, if you want to talk about the protection of the marine environments, you can think about your answer. Yes, I will start. I think you are talking of marine reserve. It is different from the natural park. So reserving a space for some particular activities. Yes, we have the Serra d'Irta Natural Park as well as Marine Reserve. And as neighbors, we are worried about the preservation of some species, and why are we natural parks? Can we discuss it? And about the marine reserves, well, there have been many summits and this agreement. We are fostering these marine reserves, and we want to have this percentage. In particular, to do this, it can be this, everything can be set up. We should assess which species. Well, we are doing a follow-up, a scientific follow-up along the coastline, including the Delta del Ebro. If we detect during this follow-up that there is a critical situation with some species, or that there are some ecosystems which are endangered, they should be put on our diagnosis. These protection needs, extra protection needs. As for fishing activities and regulations, well, it already has its own regulations. If we think that it is not strict enough, they should be detected as an administration. Fishing and maritime administration, with the data that we can collect. A natural reserve gives you a label, okay, but this is another thing. In some places we can say that this has more interest because there is a regulation framework stating that this is a maritime reserve, a protected area. Well, there are several formulas. What is prioritary is that before deciding we are going to do this or that, we should wait until we have this clear view of the problem as such, or which are the endangered species, for example. And the second one, how can we fit with all these activities? This is the directive of 2014 of planning of maritime space. All these projects, all these products that are being transferred to the sea or to the delta. We have the rice cultures in the delta area. Well, which are the spaces occupied by these activities, and we can detect the hotspots where there might be some conflict between activities, and here is where we should focus our efforts after having detected the conflict. So the directive exists, there is a transposal of the directive. You know that the plans were just approved. So this should be the starting point. There will be a follow-up and we will further see the hotspots. I hope I answered to your question. At least I tried. We have another question. Maybe before moving to the next question, Paula or Ina want to stress on what has just been said, and afterwards we will move to the coffee break. Yeah, Paula?
That was a good question, and of course the problem with saving the environment and how to promote business is always difficult. In the Baltic Sea region, I think that it's 12% that we are now reserved, and there's a way to go to that 30%, but we are on the way. One of the reasons why it shows that this is a very important question in the Baltic Sea region is that one of these priorities of the whole strategy is Save the Sea, which is covering, well, it kind of is everywhere, but it's like the main of those 3 points. And we have Baltic Sea Marine Protection Commission, who has been working for 40 years, and they also have a hotspot list of the things that developed, and the idea is that there wouldn't be any list. And I'm proud to say that there's only 1 point in Finland, but there are, of course, many other kind of hotspots there. But the problem is really that, like, how to kind of compromise with the multi-use of the sea, and there I do believe that this cooperation, what we have been doing in the Baltic Sea region, has been very important and very also beneficial. There are plenty of problems and how to fit all the needs, but without these kind of platforms of cooperation, like what EU provides, and the countries are supporting, there wouldn't be many you have to have that cooperation. We have 2,000 vessels in the Baltic Sea every minute, so that shows that there's like constant marine activities with all the other activities. So discussion, cooperation in different levels are needed. Thank you.
Yes. If I can add something more, I perfectly feel you. Actually, I understand what you're talking about because it happens that my family has founded and is running an eco park in Bulgaria, located in a protected area. This is not a reserve, but it is still protected under two laws, Bulgarian. One is the directive, transpond the European directive, and the other is for the Bulgarian protected territories. And it gives a layer of protection that is more restricted than the directives themselves. And this is very beneficial to the place. And I think that if you want to have higher level of protection, you need to have a dialogue all the time, constantly, because people, if they are willing to listen to you, this is already a starting point where you can start to convince them. Otherwise, nothing can happen without the whole stakeholders involved to be on the same page. Thank you.
No sé, la pregunta, si la vols fer o la pots... un comentari, doncs endavant, sí.
Sí, en relació amb els comentaris de la companya i de la senyora Llué, jo com Jaume Folk i pertany a un grup de recerca que es diu Tecnatox de la Universitat Rovira i Virgili i formem part del BlueNetCat. Faria un comentari molt breu.
Very briefly, we are studying the Tarragona coast from the biological point of view. It was scarcely documented, and my perception is that the north and south of Catalonia, we are facing a very different situation vis-à-vis the marine protection areas in Tarragona with its 100 kilometers. We depend on Madrid, Masia Blanca, and Espallera, molt de llevant de Tarragona. It is an underground skydiving club, and maritime protection, which is the one at Vandellós. To which extent the examples that these people have shown us can help us to integrate something which is not working in Tarragona. I'm saying this with all respects, of course. But to which extent this can help us, so the politicians that have to solve problems to the summer because there is no beach anymore, the investigators, we work on their own and our message cannot be conveyed. I would like to know to which extent these strategies can work, because we are facing a very important problem, in particular in southern Catalonia. It is my humble opinion. Yes. What I told you before, we think that we have the tools and the structures. This co-management committee has a sustainability commission. And it is the commission that has to work, that has to gather these proposals. If you've been working for years, you will have seen which ecosystemic problems you do have, which are the eco-habitats that are endangered. And of course, we do have the scientific part, which is represented, as well as the NGOs, so the civil society. And we do have the tools, but we do have to use the tools. We have to bring data on the table. So this data can help us to know what we do have to solve, but we have the instruments, we have the science, we have the network for the transfers, and the administration that will have to implement and decide. You didn't say it, but what we reach are consensus. Up to now, so far, we didn't have to vote on anything. We are able to agree on these things, but so please convey these messages to us, always with data and always from knowledge. That is what you are saying that you have. I think we have the means to do that. Thank you very much. Let's have a coffee break, 20 minutes coffee break until 12, until midday. Thanks, Rosario.
Balloons are deflated. Guess they look lifeless like me. We miss you on your side of the bed. Still got your things here. They stare at me like souvenirs. Don't wanna let you out my head. Just like the day that I met you, the day I thought forever. Said that you love me, but that it'll last forever. It's cold outside, like when you walked out my life. Why'd you walk out my life? I get like this every time. On these days I feel like you and me. Heartbreak anniversary. Breaking see the messages you read. I'm foolishly patient, can't get past the taste of your lips. Don't wanna let you out my head. Just like the day that I met you, the day I thought forever. Said that you love me, but that it'll last forever. It's cold outside, like when you walked out my life. Why'd you walk out my life?
Running carefully by my past mistakes, scared of what I might find. Pausing here and there to stop and stare. All your lies are making me so blind. 'Cause now I've made up my mind. I gotta live my own life. I gotta do what's right, right for me. Yeah, these were golden times, but I'm leaving it behind. And I don't owe you an apology, 'cause you were pulling me down, 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 down. Pulling me down and making it hard. Yeah, you were pulling me down, 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 down. Pulling me down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. You were staring at me, watch me bleed. It was time for me to move on. Telling me you love me, but I could never see you would do the same to everyone. 'Cause now I've made up my mind. I'm gonna live my own life. I gotta do what's right, right for me. Yeah, these were golden times, but I'm leaving it behind. And I don't owe you an apology, 'cause you were pulling me down, 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 down. Pulling me down and making it hard. Yeah, you were pulling me down, 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 down. Pulling me down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. Now I've made up my mind. I'm gonna live my own life. I gotta do what's right, right for me. Yeah, these were golden times, but I'm leaving it behind. And I don't owe you an apology, 'cause you were pulling me down, 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 down. Pulling me down and making it hard. Yeah, you were pulling me down, 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 down. Pulling me down, 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 down.
I'm outside when you're ready for me. Bring out the shots and confetti. I'll take you home if you let me, yeah. Just promise you won't forget me, no. 'Cause the things get brighter when you're here. So I gotta keep you near, going crazy, and I just can't get you out of my head. Now it's in the atmosphere, you can feel it in the air, getting hazy and
sleep till late nights, sitting alone. Conversations with a stranger I barely know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use, or do my bad habits lead to you? Bad habits lead to you. Bad habits lead to you. Every pure intention ends when the good times start. Falling over everything to reach the first time spark. It started under neon lights and then it all got dark. I only know how to go too far. My bad habits lead to late nights, ending alone. Conversations with a stranger I barely know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use, or do my bad habits lead to white eyes staring in space? That I know I lose control of the things that I say. I was looking for a way out, now I can't escape. Nothing happens after two. It's true, my bad habits lead to you. Bad habits lead to you. Bad habits lead to you.
Remember the feeling of my fingertips on your skin, and the way that our kisses taste sweet after drinking, and the way that I rage into your love while you breathe me in, just so you can feel me with you in when not around. Don't forget my love. Don't forget my love. Don't forget my love. Don't forget my love.
cement you, please come to me. Don't bury dust that you really want. I fill you up, drink from my cup. Within me lies what you really want. Come, let me down, 'cause you know this, 'cause you know this sound. In the middle of the night, in the middle of the night, just call my name, I'm yours till timing. In the middle of the night, in the middle of the night, I'm wide awake, I break your ties all night long, till morning comes. I'm getting what is mine, you gon' get yours, oh no, no. In the middle of the night, in the middle of the night, This burning flames, this crashing waves wash over me like a hurricane. I cultivate, you're hypnotized, feel powerful, but it's me again. Come, lay me down, 'cause I know this, 'cause I know this sound. In the middle of the night, in the middle of the night, just call my name, I'm yours till timing. In the middle of the night, in the middle of the night, I'm wide awake, I break your ties all night long, till morning comes. I'm getting what is mine, you gon' get yours, oh no, no. In the middle of the night, in the middle of the night, Just call me, just call my name, like you're mean. In the middle of the night, in the middle of the night, just call my name, I'm yours till timing. In the middle of the night, in the middle of the night, I'm wide awake, I break your ties all night long, till morning comes. I'm getting what is mine, you gon' get yours, oh no, no. In the middle of the night, in the middle of the Tried calling yesterday, but got your voicemail again. Rushed over to your uni hall, started living your place. You said you fucked up on a night out. You drank way too much, you're feeling bad now. You're trying to figure how to worm your way out. Well, look at what you've done. You said you'd never do. You fucked it for yourself. This is the end of me and you. So don't call this number anymore, 'cause I won't be there for you like I was before. I should have listened to my friends, they always know best. They said you were just like all the rest, so I'm singing out in case you don't already know. Pack up your shit and go. 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 You said it was a one-time thing. You don't know what you were thinking, that it didn't mean nothing. You promised it won't happen again. So when you get fucked up on a night out, how many times have you played around? Was a fool, didn't see the signs. I guess my friends were always right. Well, look at what you've done. You said you'll never do. You fucked it for yourself. This is the end of me and you. So don't call this number anymore, 'cause I won't be there for you like I was before. I should have listened to my friends, they always know best. They said you were just like all the rest, so I'll say it loud in case you don't already know. Pack up your shit and go. 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 I should have listened to my friends. Running round in circles, jumping over hurdles. You know I loved you, let's face the facts. Taking love for granted, really wish we hadn't. Hesitates too hard, did we lose track? There's all these feelings, I left it bleeding. And we just go back, take it back. We hit the ceiling, now you're leaving. How do we end up like that? How do we end up like that? How do we end up like that? Can I stop us from fading? This is complications. Yeah. How do we end up like that? Was it love that is wasted? How we gonna save it? Yeah. How do we end up like that? I can hear you hurting, trying to put the work in. Turn a blind eye, step over cracks. That's the risk we taking. Love can be mistaken, but I'll fight, hope it doesn't last. There's all these feelings, I left it bleeding. And we just go back, take it back. We hit the ceiling, now you're leaving. How do we end up like that? Can I stop us from fading? This is complications. Yeah. How do we end up like that? Was it love that is wasted? How we gonna save it? Yeah. How do we end up like that? How do we end up like that? Can I stop us from fading? This is complications. Yeah. How do we end up like that? Was it love that is wasted? How we gonna save it? Yeah. How do we end up like that? How do we end up like that? How do we end up like that?
Yeah, no. That is spinning by my bed for you. Hey, now. I can feel my instincts here for you. Hey, now. By my bed for you. Hey, now. Hey, now. Ooh.
Is it right? Is it wrong? Does it matter much which one? If we're in deep or not, do the lies speak the truth? Will it all be over soon? If we're in deep or not, just between the conflict, I'm still holding on. There's a part of us that I can't seem to run from. It ain't perfect until we're deep enough. I wanna sink in the bottle that you're at the bottom of. Can you keep a secret? It's all behind us. So let us sink in the bottle until we're deep enough. Until we're deep enough.
Listen, maybe I just don't get it. Do you enjoy being hurt? I know you smell the perfume, the makeup on the shirt. You don't believe the stories, you know that there are lies. Bad as you are, you stick around, and I just don't know why. I was your man, baby, you never worry about what I do. I'll be coming home back to you every night, doing you right, baby. No one deserves good things. It's full of diamonds and full of rain. You're a star. I just wanna show you you are. You should let me love you. Let me be the one to give you everything you want and need. Baby, good love and protection. Make me your selection. Show you the way love's supposed to be. Maybe you should let me love. True beauty's description looks so good that it hurt. You're a dime plus 99 and it's a shame, don't even know what you're worth. Everywhere you go, they stop and stare, cause you're bad and it shows. From your head to your toes, out of control, baby, you know. Oh, baby, you never worry about what I do. I'll be coming home back to you every night, doing you right, baby. No one deserves good things. It's all the diamonds and for rain. You're a star. I just wanna show you you are. You should let me love you. Let me be the one to give you everything you want and need. Give you good love and protection. Make me your selection. Show you the way love's supposed to be. Maybe you should let me
What would you think if I sang out of tune? Would you stand up and walk out on me? Lend me your ears and I'll sing you a song, and I'll try not to sing out of key. Oh, I get by with a little help from my friends. I get high with a little help from my friends. Gonna try with a little help from my friends. Oh, I get by with a little help. I get by with a little help.
Hola, doncs si us sembla comencem la segona
Hello,
sessió.
so we are going to start with the
sí que
second
volia
session.
recordar que,
Please
abans
join
no ho he
your
dit,
seats.
que els materials que
Before
aquí hi ha un paperet
starting,
que podeu
let
agafar
me remind
a
you
fora,
that
on us
there are
expliquem una
some
mica els materials
papers
que hem fet servir
outside
per la
where we explain
merchandising,
the
diguéssim, doncs, que
materials
també
that
estan
we
fets amb
have
criteris de
used for
sostenibilitat.
this
I també
conference. They have been
comentar-vos que
done
el paperet aquest de
under
l'identificador
sustainability
és una
criteria,
llavor que si ho planteu aquí a les instruccions en el
the
paper, podeu
identificator
plantar i creixerà,
is
no
a
sé quina
seed
planta és, no sé
that
si
you
us ho
can
podeu dir, però
plant.
és una sorpresa, en tot
I
cas.
don't know
Planteu
what
i el que
the name
serà,
of the plant, but it will be a
Esperem que sigui
surprise.
algodó.
You just
Molt bé,
plant it,
doncs ara
and
si us sembla donem
I
pas a la
hope,
segona sessió.
the surprise
En
will
aquesta
be good.
sessió el que, com la vam
start
plantejar,
with the
que fos
second
una mica
session,
que reflectís diferents
which
agents de
will
la cadena de valor de
reflect
l'economia blava.
some
Doncs en aquest
agents
sentit
some
comptem amb la presència d'un
stakeholders of the
representant d'una
blue
empresa,
chain. We
d'una
have
startup
the
innovadora
representative
de
of
la
an
bioeconomia.
innovative
També comptem
startup
amb la presència
in
en el cas
bioeconomy.
del Maite Corvinos.
We
També comptem amb un
will have
representant d'un
Maite.
grup
That's the case of Maite
d'acció local
Corvino. We
pesquer,
will
no? que és
have
una mica una associació
a
público-privada,
fishing local
que és el
group,
cas del senyor Nevi Kefaya
the
de
case
Burgas,
of
Bulgària.
Mr.
I també
Nebi
comptem amb la
Kehaya from
participació
Bulgaria.
online d'Erika...
And we also have Erika Zavakiene. Sorry for the pronunciation. She's Innovation Manager, Klaipeda Science and Technology Park in Klaipeda, in Lithuania.
Una empresa i una associació empresarial local que ens donaran la seva visió
So
dels
the
reptes
three of them will tell us
Dono la
about
paraula en primer
the
lloc a
blue economy
Erika,
and its challenges. Let's give the floor to
Erika, quan vulguis,
Erika, who will participate online. Erika, whenever you want, you have the floor.
My presentation, but I can't open it. Oh. One moment. I don't know why it doesn't work. Yes. Now I hope you can see my presentation. Sorry, can you confirm? Do you hear me?
Yes, Erika, we can hear you.
Okay,
we can see your presentation. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So hello one more time to everybody. Yes, my name is Erika Zavatskiene, and I'm Innovation Manager at Klaipėda Science and Technology Park. First of all, I would like to take some time to introduce you to Klaipėda, the city where we are located. Klaipėda is historically a vital shipping port, so a well-developed maritime sector comes as a given. The combination of a robust blue economy and ice-free port and logistic capabilities allow an area for growth for those that serve these industries. So Klaipėda is the most important and largest Lithuanian maritime and logistics center. Here we have alternative fuel infrastructure and technologies, also related studies that are driving the industry, ecology and environmental studies, shipping and port engineering, marine hydrology and biotechnology. And Klaipėda is a city with deep maritime traditions, advanced technologies and an entrepreneurial spirit. A strong infrastructure for knowledge transfer, business incubation, and talent development. So we, Klaipėda Science and Technology Park, are putting all forces to boost blue growth in our region, and we are happy that we are not alone in this field. In the cooperation with Klaipėda Municipality, Port of Klaipėda, Klaipėda Free Economic Zone, Klaipėda University and other companies and organizations was prepared the city's economic development strategy. Here was agreed on strategic goals in marine economics, bioeconomics, advanced industrial economics, and creative and service economics. So just in a short, we'll introduce what includes in these goals. So marine economics goal are integrated complex of the port, logistics and industry, development of LNG technology and its use, marine and wellness tourism, and active tourism. Bioeconomics includes production of innovative bioproducts, production and use of renewable energy, biomass and waste recycling, biotechnology development and adaptation for aquaculture. Advanced industrial economics includes production of electric equipment and means of transport that create high added value, development of automation solutions and the application in logistics, transport and industry. And creative and service economics includes centers of professional services, creative industries and digitalization creation, summer office for the Lithuanian and foreign business. So it is Klaipėda City's Economic Development Strategy 2030. So about our organization, I am here and I represent Klaipėda Science and Technology Park. Our organization is a public institution and non-profit organization. It was established in 2002 in cooperation with Klaipėda University and the Ministry of Economy and Innovation of the Republic of Lithuania. We are providing specialized services in the areas of green and blue marine technologies, which we have established as our priorities. And we are actively involved in the international project activities, as well as in the formation and coordination of partnerships and clusters. Here you can see the main our services for science and business. It's incubation of new companies, support in creating premises for small-scale prototype production, support in building a business model, innovation promotion, building clusters, and competence centers. So, as I said, we are actively involved in the project activities. Over 20 years, we were involved in the implementation of almost 50 international and national projects and gained a valuable experience as lead partner in 13 projects. So our projects cover a wide range of topics. You can see it's digitalization of the maritime industry, in various business processes, maritime industry and cybersecurity, promotion of innovation in business, development of innovative aquaculture, integration of liquefied biogas solution, green energy development, and development of blue bioeconomy, and so on. So at the moment we are running 5 international projects, and I hope in a few days we will submit a few more applications. So we and our partners in Klaipėda clearly understand that to achieve the goals we need to attract talents here in Klaipėda. So we, together with Klaipėda University and Klaipėda Economic Development Agency Klaipėda ID, took the initiative in establishing Blue Growth Leaders Academy here in Klaipėda. A key guideline for the implementation of this project became our city's goal, which is established in its strategy Klaipėda 2030, which is to focus on sustainable use of maritime resources and the growth of the blue economy. So for a 10-month-long informal international education program, we are inviting business professionals and advanced students. We hope that this Blue Growth Leaders Academy will help Klaipėda to attract new generation of blue economy leaders, which will contribute to Klaipėda becoming more prosperous in the future. Now the participants of the Academy have the opportunity to accumulate knowledge, share ideas, discuss, and become the region's blue economy growth leaders. The lecturers participating in the program are a specially gathered team of experts, internationally acclaimed scientists and practitioners from Germany, UK, Denmark, and Sweden. And all teams you can see here in this slide. What teams in this academy. So this year is the third year of this academy in Klaipėda. So next, what we are doing, as I said, we are implementing a lot of international projects, and for a few years we have had a project dedicated to aquaculture. During these projects, an innovative technology for growing shrimp in RAS system is being tested in Klaipėda. We are seeking to raise competitiveness in the aquaculture industry and effectively employ the country's existing geothermal resources. So during the last 3 years, we established an experimental test lab where the main objective was to evaluate the biological and ecological conditions for shrimp farming. Also, together with partners, established the Center for Aquaculture Competence. The Center for Aquaculture Competence, equipped with contemporary technologies, is serving as a platform for the adaptation of the knowledge and technologies, establishing a higher competitiveness in the aquaculture industry. Here, the conditions for conducting research, the possibility to modeling aquaculture systems, and bringing together specialists and enterprises to generate new business models. So you can see we organized a lot of events, just few announcements here, put a forum and Aquavip Klaipėda Summer School. So I think this summer also will be some activities prepared. Another activity we are concentrating on now is ocean energy. Lithuanian port city aims to maximize its strategic location and vibrant resources base to become a key hub for the nascent offshore wind industry in the Baltics. So we are working with different companies and science organizations and bringing them together for the establishment of a wind farm maintenance base in Klaipėda port. So KSTP encourages the identification of new business niches related to the assembly or even production of components required of power plant, logistics and maintenance. So this is a new topic for us, and we are now very in it, how to say. Another activity that is quite new for us, but we are very involved is, and we are working now, is health tourism. There are geothermal water deposits in western Lithuania, where we are located, but they are practically not used. So geothermal water taken from the deeps of the earth was studied in the laboratories located in Klaipėda Science and Technology Park. After studying the effect of geothermal water attracted in the Klaipėda region of different mineralization, new medical scientific knowledge was obtained about the positive effect of geothermal water in reducing stress symptoms, improving the general state of health and individual organ systems. So it's a niche and a possibility for our region to start with new activity, health tourism. So, as I said in the beginning, we are implementing new blue economy activities in our organization, and we value the partnership. And one of the most important partnerships was established in the submarine network. We are members of this network, and here, together with partners, we coordinating a Blue Biotechnology Accelerator. The accelerator, assembling an international team of mentors, helps innovative ideas from the entire Baltic Sea region become tangible products and services. We are constantly looking for new cases, for new startups, but also we are looking for mentors, investors, supporters, and blue detectives that wish to join our efforts. In this accelerator program, cases, startups, how to say, receives guidance and services within scientific and technical support, access to biological resources, communication and promotion, legal advice, business development, project development, mentoring, and coaching. So, next. Also, we are for past 5 years a coordinator of Lithuanian Maritime Cluster. We believe that value partnership for blue economy growth will, we believe in it. Lithuania and foreign businesses and science organizations are joining forces in growing the maritime innovation ecosystem, and our cluster seeks to become a platform for the development of high value added products and services. Here you can see our members from our clusters, and as you see there is some national companies, but also we have and international companies like Schneider Electric, Emerson. Also, we are a part of Marine Valley here in Klaipėda. We, together with the Marine Research Institute and Klaipėda University, are able to conduct fundamental and applied research on marine and coastal environment and maritime technologies. Also to facilitate science study and business cooperation based on a high level of scientific knowledge and the up-to-date open access research infrastructure of the Marine Valley. So we believe that the future belongs to the sea, and Klaipėda has accumulated a huge potential of science and business, which creates all necessary conditions for the development of blue economy industry. So I hope you liked my presentation. Just in short presented some biggest our activities. Also, we are organizing events, conferences in different teams related to blue economy. And I liked goodwill to organize hackathons, as said Ina. We also organizing international port technology hackathon, Portathon. It is a very important event for us, for students and for companies. So please check it in our website, in Google about our event. And I think after the event, I would like to contact Ina from Bulgaria and suggest you to become a partner of our event, this event. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Erika. Please stay with us in case there are some questions. I think it was very interesting. Jo tinc una primera pregunta per fer-te. També vull aprofitar per dir-los a la gent que ens estan seguint per streaming que si volen fer preguntes a través del xat, doncs que les facin i les recollirem i me les passaran i les farem també als ponents. Sí que et volia preguntar, Erika, has parlat que doneu suport a empreses també de sectors tradicionals de l'economia blava. Ens podries donar un exemple de quin tipus d'empresa d'aquests sectors tradicionals ha vingut a demanar-vos ajuda o els heu donat suport?
It was questioned for me, but it wasn't translated.
Sorry, yes, I would like to know what type of companies from the established sectors of the blue economy are you helping? You mentioned that you're in your park, in your scientific and technology park, you support established and emerging sectors of the blue economy. So I would like to know if you have some specific examples of companies from the established sectors that have come to you to ask for support.
Yes, it's companies from our port. They are big companies and they don't want to be just traditional companies. They want to create innovations. So we support them. Also startups that are coming from Blue Growth Leaders Academy. They are listening this course and then they can generate new ideas. So we have one company from aquaculture and startup, and one company also InnoBioStar, and this company is producing new technology how to prevent oil spill in Baltic Sea. But this company is consulted by my colleagues, so I don't know much about it.
Okay, thank you very much. In case we can maybe ask your colleague if we need to. No sé si hi ha alguna pregunta del públic, que algú vol fer un comentari, una pregunta. Mira, una pregunta per aquí darrere. You have one question, Erika, from the audience.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Erika, for the presentation. I was wondering if from the Lithuanian Maritime Cluster you are interested not only in Interregs Europe but also in calls from the European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund, or for instance Horizon Europe Mission Oceans that will close in September. Thank you.
Laura, could you please repeat the question?
Yes, correct me if I am wrong, Jennifer. So she was asking if, besides the Interreg Europe calls, the Maritime Cluster of Lithuania is also interested in other calls, like from the Fisheries and the Aquaculture Fund of the European Union, or another one that is closing in September.
Yes, we are interested, and for project application, I would like to ask you contact my colleague, development manager Andrew Sutnikas. You can find his contact in our website, and he is responsible for new project applications and for the coordination of all cluster activities. So yes, we are interested.
Okay, thank you very much. ¿Alguna otra pregunta? Si no, doncs, thank you very much, Erika. If you want to stay for the last part of the session after the other two speakers have talked, and then maybe if there are other questions, we can do a little chat together. Yes, thank you very much, Erika. Ara convido a Maite Corvinos i a Nevi Quejaya a venir aquí a la taula. Sí, if you want to join. Doncs ara, en primer lloc, segons el programa, tenim la intervenció del senyor Nevi Quejaya.
We have the intervention of Nevi Quejaya, Executive Director of the Fisheries Leader Approach Group Burgas Cameno, who will be talking about their activities and how they relate to the blue economy.
Hello everybody, I am Nebi Quejaya, Executive Director of FLAG Burgas Cameno. First, I want to thank the organizers for invitation and for this good meeting. And I will introduce to a map of our organization as well as project that we are implementing in connection with the blue growth. Our company is a small company, consists of the COD leader approach. COD is a led local development strategy approach, and our technical support. Its purpose is social and development, and in no case it is considered as profit commercial. You know FLAG's role. It has become FLAG, and another purpose of the company is to develop international networking partnership for integrated fisheries and urban development. During the 2014 and 2020 programming period, we had €2 million budget which we financed various projects in the field of fisheries and other socio-economic sector. Our company has 29 members, of which 2 municipalities, Burgas and Cameno, 13 NGOs and 14 businesses. They are the businesses from aquaculture and other socio-economic sectors. The inspiration, Fisheries Local Action Group, the main players in the maritime field, fishermen, aquaculture, tourism. The main motivator for creating FLAG until 2018, there was no organization to plan and support of the local level, the fisheries and aquaculture sector and maritime activities. The obstacle, create an incubator in FLAG territories supporting productive maritime sectors. We have two main sectors, fisheries and aquaculture, with their strengths and weakness. Fishermen sector shrinking day by day. Aquaculture sector that, despite the fact on function for over 40 years, is treated with incredibility by the local community. Our idea came from 2019, participating in a common agricultural policy strategic planning at Brussels, we had the chance to discuss with other flags and decide to open again the file of incubator. The network incubator was the idea that at the beginning concerned every flag participated on this project. But due to COVID period, we organized all the preparatory phase. On November 2021, we applied the financing of our project. Our actions consist of two distinct phases, preparatory phase and main phase. In the preparatory phase, all the necessary actions were taken to find partner who would meet the condition set by the invitation. The main phase on the plan concerns the implementation, which is divided into the implementation of joint action and local actions. The project name is Blue Growth Network Incubator, transnational cooperation project. Our goals is the same with Commission's Blue Growth definition, use long-term strategy to support sustainable development. This means sustainable jobs, knowledge safety, personalized measures. We are 8 partners, 7 Greek and 1 Bulgarian flag. Coordinating partner is Attica Island Network, one of flag on Greece, from Greece. Purpose. The creation of incubator network, which will work together to address selected marine challenges in order to support enhancing technology development, enhancing the competitiveness and viability of maritime and shipping companies, the protection and restoration of aquatic biodiversity, strengthening marine and coastal ecosystems, the development of vocation trainings. Main phase is coordination, roadmap of strategic studies for blue action in each area, studies to examine the climate change, e-port, dissemination and assessments. Each partners have a budget, you can see there, for preparation. The coordination project management action of the main phase was 2 partial action: joint action, provision of service, local action, consulting services. In the main phase, we have different budgets because Greek partners have a measure who financing transnational cooperation projects, but we have spent from our running costs, and our budget is smaller than other ones. The consulting and expert section of the main phase was 5 partial actions, and our partners, they work. Our partners from Greece worked for the main phase very well. They include creation of the Blue Growth Incubator Network for everyone, strategic plans for blue growth, impact of climate change of coastal and marine ecosystem. This is only for Greek partners, not for us. Studies on the smart port of the future, port infrastructure support applications. You can see budgets for everyone. Awareness and publicity. The awareness and publicity action of the main phase was 9 partial action. Publicity and dissemination of project results, project website in 3 languages, and we will publicity for each results of the main phase activities. Conference organized by the coordinating partner. 3 newsletters edition of the project. Transnational workshop for Blue Gulf. 5 workshop organized by the 5 fisheries lags. 6 local reports of results and consulting. 1 joint version for consultation and results. Maritime awareness actions. Local press events by lags in their areas. This is for everyone, for each partner. You can see the timetable. We started implementation in 2022 in the beginning, and we will finish maybe middle of the 2023. You can see there the current situation of implementation. We had finished preparate phase. Coordination project manager is running. Consulting the expert is running. In the stage of collaboration and exchange of knowledge, we cooperate with the University of Piraeus and 5 graduate students with the aim of preparing studies for the analysis of each area and suggestion for improvement. Awareness and publicity will be the first from January in 2023 to maybe June. Our main goals is create a tool that will guide new professions and activities as a result of Blue Growth and rated with the use of smart technologies, most likely with the creation of an online guide that will utilize and present the results obtained from the strategy studies, which are based on parameters such as climate change and the roadmap, could create a possible business environmental planning on a 10 years vision. This is all. Thanks for your attention.
I think it's also interesting, no? I podem veure que hi ha moltes similituds, no? En el tipus d'activitats que s'estan implementant, el que vol dir
that there are many
hi ha una
similarities
resposta comuna, no?
between
En aquest tipus
the implemented activities, so
i
there is common answers as for activities and challenges. I don't know whether our audience have some questions. Yes, there is a question in the bottom of the room.
O yo no lo he visto o él no ha mostrado la página web, el dominio. Sí.
Website?
Have you shown?
The website is not working for now. It's not ready.
No está preparada encara, lo están acabando de montar, sí.
You have Twitter o Facebook?
No, però podem compartir el seu contacte si esteu interessats. If it's okay with you, we can share your contact with them. Yes.
I will send our website.
Okay.
From there, they
I will
can
share.
take
Yes.
our contacts.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Sí, esperem arribar a la seva pàgina web i d'allà podeu agafar els contactes i si no a través nostra també us podem posar en contacte amb ells.
Gràcies.
Sí, molt bé. Molt bé, doncs si no hi ha moltes gràcies, Nevi. Doncs ara donem pas a Maite Corvinos, ella és CEO de Blue Ocean Nutrition, una empresa especialitzada en productes de salut basats en minerals
nutrition company based on marine minerals. You have the floor.
Thank you, Laura. If that's okay, let's do it in English so we give it a bit of a push, no, to the presentation. So I'm going to start with one sentence. When life gives you lemons, you need to make lemonade, okay? So I'm here because one time, about 4 years ago, I was diagnosed with fibromyalgia and some other viruses that were really aggressive. And that turned into the lemonade that I'm going to share in these 10 minutes, okay? So bear with me, and at the end there's going to be a quite impactful, I hope, video that will tell you about one of the areas of work that we are doing. So my name is Maite Corvinos, and I'm from Barcelona, but I moved to beautiful Tarragona because life here is much better. And this company is called Blue Ocean Nutrition, okay? So first I'm going to share with you the mission, then I'm going to look into the different solutions that we have identified, and we will see how we go into utilizing the seawater. There's been other ways of using or utilizing, I like to use utilizing better than using the sea, but utilizing the sea. And then we are going to deep dive a little bit into Amar 81, which are the products that are totally available in the pharmacies around Spain. And we will then finish with the video of the application within the soil, the crops, okay? So what's our essence? At Blue Ocean Nutrition, our main intent is to help people, animals, by preserving also our environment, right? And the way we do it is to reuse what's a waste of the saline ponds, no? What they used to do, table salt, we use that water, as you will see, as our raw material. And this, our hope is that our Blue Spirit, we call it Blue Spirit, will be an inspiration for other companies to also come and join in this quest of helping value the sea. So as you see here in the screen, there's 3 parts in the company. One is for human health, with the trademark of Amar 81. Amar because it comes from the sea, and also because it has to do with loving oneself when you take care of your health and you take charge of how well you feel. And 81 because, as you know, in this community, the amount of minerals in the water is more than even 81. So we landed on 81. The second path is what we call the Onasana mark, which has to do with providing the animals, both farm animals as well as pets, with this product that you'll see, which is the essence of the seawater. And the last but not least, this is the one that gave us a prize, a reward with Barcelona Activa for 10,000 euros. Very well welcome. It's the MEDITMIN, Mediterranean Minerals. And this is giving the solution to recoup the minerals that once were in the soil, but they've been washed away and they are not there anymore. This is what the video is going to be all about. So here you see what the seawater looks like. Out of the entire, say, liter of water, only 3.5% are the minerals, which is tiny, but since it's diluted, it feels as there's a lot, but indeed it's very small. And out of this 3.5, 80% of it is sodium chloride, which this is what they use to do the salt. So what we are interested, as a company that feels nutrition is top, is in this percentage that is very, very tiny, that has to do with everything that it's not the sodium. So we are talking about magnesium, selenium, copper, and so forth, right? This is our nugget. And if you, for a second, now go into one of these salines, no, you're going to see something like that, these little pools where the water gets evaporated. And what happens is that this sodium that we were discussing does come to the surface, and then they remove it to do the salt. But we are interested in the water that remains. In Spanish, it's called amargo. In English, I don't know how you say it. But this is the water that we want, right? What do they do usually in the salines? What they do is they return this water back to the sea, which is catastrophic. Why? Because the pH is different, the temperature of that water is different, and that creates an unbalance in the area, right? And obviously these companies are there, to make profit. So this kind of change of water is very fast. And unfortunately, the consequences are very negative. So by doing what you're going to see now, we kill two birds in one shot, if that's an expression that you can use. We find the nutrition that we need, but we also preserve this water from going back into the sea. These are the little stars that you see there. Basically, it just gets evaporated, and out of 80 liters of seawater, we create 1 kilo of solid minerals. You have to imagine like a pile of powder that afterwards we encapsulate in this case. So here, as you'll see in the screen, what we are seeing is that the vegetables and fruit that we try to eat, because it's so healthy, unfortunately has had a decrease in nutritious values. Right? We are talking even about 50% less iron that we used to have 50 years ago. So this is pretty scary. When we really are conscious about what we eat, even if you go to the best places and organic and so forth, the soil is so devastated, is so without minerals that it's impossible for it to create some sort of value-added products. So this is based on science. And I would like to share with you in terms of financing what we've been seeing to get this done. We've been very lucky to present in different forums, and I was given the best valued company for Donatic in the Generalitat in 2021. Also part of other forums such as the Academy for Women Entrepreneurs with the US being involved, and Foment. And the last that I was telling you about is this prize we got for the Meditmin, the vegetable side of business. And in terms of European help and support, so far we've only gotten to the Blue Invest group, which is a really well-organized group, by which we've given 80 hours of coaching by one very top-notch CEO based out of Portugal, who's kind of giving us some sort of guidance in a very nice and speedy way. He's very, very good. So this is what I wanted to share so that we see how we are moving so far. There's no investors so far. We want to grow a bit more the company before we get people on board. What about risk? Well, in this case, the company has the risk that the supplier to do this method we were talking about, there are not that many out there, so we are somehow tight in terms of being able to react quickly, so they increased prices and we had to eat the delta in this case. Secondly, the funds, you have to buy the stock beforehand. You cannot, it's not an on-demand thing, so there's a lot of investment up front that you have to bear. The scientific approach is because we do have a patent behind these products, but that, as you know, it's quite expensive also to maintain. And it's very much bootstrapping. Also, I'm a bit of the face of the company. We have a small team, but it's a little bit of a risk also if something happens to me. Hopefully nothing happens to me, but that's also a risk, no? As entrepreneurs, we have to bear that in mind. From the government point of view, this is very new to them. Although it's not novel food, right? We don't have to go through the novel food, which is a pain. It's kind of hard for them to say, oh, okay, people can eat seawater, no? So we had to also battle with that one. The consumers also are fairly new in this segment, so you have to explain and you have to teach a lot. There's a lot of effort from that side. Competitors in this market are very well established, so a little bit of a startup like that, you need to start opening up your own little channels. And the press, in this case, has great influence. If you put Maite Corvinos in Google, you'll see I've been out in the press quite a lot, and so far it's been very positive, so it's been very helpful. So this is also a risk somehow, because they can talk about you very well, but if it turns funny, no, it's also a risk. So I wanted to share with you what our concerns are. So let's just jump very quickly into the products, and we finish with the video, and then I think you'll have an idea of what my day-to-day is. In this case, we go with human health. Did you know that 4% of your weight are minerals? We are talking about calcium in your bones or iodine in your thyroids. It's very interesting when you start looking into that. They are very, very important. Because what happens is, as you are seeing, the food that we eat is not so rich in nutrition. So as a consequence, we are talking about 20% of the pregnant ladies, they do have anemia, right? Because of the iron we were discussing. There's some figures here that are quite nerve-wracking, actually. And this is the products. So Amar 81 is based on that powder I was telling you about, by which we evaporate the water, and we create this pile of powder, and we encapsulate it. As you see, there's more than one bottle, and that is because we add synergetic ingredients to it. So on one hand, you can have one which is called Immunoaqua, which will help you increase your defense mechanism, but we will also have another one that has to do with Sten Aqua, in which you'll have some phytotherapy that also goes very well, so that you also feel centered, and this fog, that you go to the fridge, is like, what did I want to get here? These kind of situations, it's really, really helpful. And I don't want to bore you with that, but basically it depends on what your therapeutic needs are, there's going to be an answer to it, and it's great to combine. The pure aqua, this is just basically the seawater itself. But recall that the sodium has been removed. So now what you have here as pure aqua is not comparable as much as the seawater that some people do drink already. This is like seawater in asteroids, because you have to think that in terms of magnesium, it has 200% more. And these minerals are in a bioavailable form, because the phytoplankton has created some sort of a transformation in which the minerals that first were totally inorganic became organic. So that's why these products are very effective, because your body, when you get it, they feel it's natural. That's why when you cry, right, it tastes a bit of seawater. So the composition of this product is very much like our own composition. So the absorption is very, very high. Right? So this is what we have right now in all pharmacies around Spain. As you are seeing here, we have a lot of pharmacies already going for it, and it's nice. It's nice to see that for once the information out there is a positive in regards to the sea, because we are very used to seeing, the sea is very polluted, and the plastics, because somehow people get very attached to the negative connotations, but it's also really beautiful to see that the sea is nurturing us, right? And now I'm going to just very briefly touch on this one. This one is the second segment that has to do with animal. And the animals, as much as humans, do need all these trace elements. And it's very, very funny, but when you feed the animal with these trace elements, it's proven that they eat less, right? As imagine if you have a very nice breakfast in the morning that is very healthy, probably you're going to hold on without eating until 1 p.m. But if you eat donuts and funny stuff, probably in an hour and a half you're hungry. So this is the same principles. If you provide the animals with really good nutritional value products, they'll need to eat less, which is also obviously translated into a savings for the farmer. But also, it's a great measure in regards to the climate change, because the situation decreases when it comes to the end of that product. And in terms of the soil generation, what we put together is this video, and with that I will finish the presentation. Thank you very much.
From the beginning of time, before there were humans, there was the sea, beautiful, expansive, mysterious. But now its secrets are being uncovered. The rich composition of the sea provides over 80 elements that are key for the life of humans, animals, and plants. From major nutrients nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium to magnesium, calcium, boron, zinc, and iron. All the land that we farm today was once underwater and had all these elements. But today, on dry land, that's not the case. We're facing nutrient depletion in soil, mainly due to overproduction and synthetic fertilizers. Independent scientific research by Dr. Maynard Murray shows a lack of nutrients in our bodies can lead to poor health. The studies also concluded that many of those nutrients are missing from the soil, and thus the food we eat isn't rich enough to help. Murray's lifelong work confirmed that plants fertilized with sea solids grow stronger, are more resistant to disease, and less dependent on being watered frequently. Publishing his work in Sea Energy Agriculture, he called for changes not in medicine, but in farming and food processing. Most gardening and agricultural fertilizers only put 3 major minerals, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, back into the soil, but this isn't enough. There are many other elements that are also key for a healthy plant. For example, tomatoes require 60 different elements. The time has come to take charge of our environment and recharge the food we eat with the nutrients we need. Having already revolutionised the supplements industry with Amar 81, a seawater extract for human consumption, now Blue Ocean Nutrition is set to take the organic fertiliser sector to the next level with the launch of Meditmin, Mediterranean Minerals. Meditmin originates in the pure and pristine location of Le Camargue in France. It contains marine minerals with a very low sodium level. Meditmin comes from the leftovers of table salt production. By using these residues, it avoids them being dumped back into the sea, where they cause a chemical imbalance. Meditmin is the vegan complement that will deliver all the elements for your garden to thrive in a packaging format that is infinitely recyclable. Blue Ocean Nutrition are ready to grow. With your help, we'll be able to expand, hiring a dedicated sales force so thousands of homes, farms, and commercial plant growers can enjoy a new way of nurturing our soil, plants, and health. Welcome to the revolution of sea energy in agriculture. Meditmin, the organic marine fertilizer.
Thank you.
Moltes gràcies, Maite. Si hi ha alguna pregunta? Hi ha una pregunta per aquí? Sí.
Yes.
Només per avisar els ponents d'aquí de fora de Catalunya. Aquí dinem bastant tard, per tant el dinar començarà a les 2 i em sap greu pels ponents de Bulgària i de Finlàndia que ens acompanyen, però
foreigners who are here with us, they're going to have to stick with our late lunch.
Well, thank you. Very nice presentation. Very interesting and very suggestive. One comment and a question. The comment is, in fact, in the last week in our group, in our research group, we were discussing about the properties of the fruits regarding, for example, the antioxidant polyphenols. They are antioxidant, antitumoral, and so on. And as far away they are coming from, as less nutrition value they have. And this is to emphasize the value of the kilometer zero products. And this is including the products coming from the sea. It's not the same a sardine catched this morning than a sardine bring 1,000 kilometers away. And this is a fact. The other question is, in which degree have you had the complicity of the researchers? Because some of your findings or your comments are closely related to findings of the new technology. And the last question is, in the world of pharmacy in general, and maybe in complements also, they are using new technologies that are increasing the bioavailability of some compounds, not minerals, but some compounds, like polyphenols, for example. Nanotechnology, nanoparticles, things like this. Thank you.
Is this one working? Yeah. Well, I like to know your name, so I have to talk to you later. That's the first thing. Well, I think you touched on very interesting points. We didn't have much time, so I'm going to be very, very short in answering, but I'd love to talk to you more later. We've been struggling a little bit to find researchers. I've been talking to Eurecat and some other, like IRTA and so forth, but I still don't feel that I've gone to a point that I feel I have the support that I need to be able to take this to the next level. We would love to do that here in Catalonia. This right now comes from France. So to your question about researchers, I'm asking the universe. So maybe that's why I got to meet you today. So very, very important. And secondly, related to that is about new technology. Not sure if there was any of these slides here, but we do have a patent behind that is actually on nanotechnology. Because if you liposomize, ¿sabes? Liposomar, I don't know how you say it in English, but if you cover it with an oil-based substance, the minerals will get to the intestine, the small gut, in a way that it will be not touched by the stomach acids and so forth. So yes, there is a patent behind, and we are very much linked to this research need to be able to offer these products in a way that they are nano-encapsulated. So yeah, right on. And the last question, sorry, I don't recall. There was 3. That's it? Okay, but yeah, would love to talk to you more. Or if anybody else in the audience feels that they can help me or us, because it will help us all. That's the point of this company, to help us all, not only with the diet, complementing it, but also when you go to the supermarket, that these tomatoes go back to being those that we were just catching and eating directly. This is our goal. Thank you.
Molt bé, moltes gràcies. Doncs agraeixo a Erika
Thank you very much, Erika Fakibike, the Clapey Science and Technology Park, and Nebi Kehaya as well. And this is going to be the last session before lunch.
Doncs ara tindrem l'exemple de 3 projectes, 2 de cooperació interregional i un de recerca fet aquí a Catalunya, que ens donaran a conèixer una mica de què tracten, quina és la seva col·laboració, els seus objectius, etc. Doncs convido a la taula a Marta Nel i Alba Font, del Departament de Geografia de la Universitat Rovira i Virgili,
Marta Nel
i també a Paula Biveson, que ara s'ha posat el barret de projecte europeu i ens explicarà el projecte. I també tenim online a Lila Perra, del Departament d'Estudis Marítims de la Universitat de Piraeus, a Grècia, que ens explicarà també la seva visió de muntar aquest projecte. Endavant. Doncs en primer lloc parlarà Paula Biveson, que abans ha parlat, ara ens explicarà el projecte ReNutriWater. A continuació parlarà Lila Perra online, que ens està escoltant, i en tercer lloc la Marta Nel i l'Alba Font. Així que, Paula,
Marta Nel and Alba Font.
Okay, hello again, and yeah. Oh, yes. This time I'm starting to talk about international cooperation and cooperation opportunities, and if I start with what kind of opportunities that would be, it would be like when I present our project. So we and when we get results, I would be happy to share them. But we would also want to very much learn from your experiences, because this kind of reusing water is definitely something that you have all been tackling with. So again, I'm presenting a Renutri Water project, and it's closing local water circuits by recirculating nutrients and water and using them in nature. So there we talk about reused water or reclaimed water. Okay, so I presented earlier this Interreg Baltic Sea region priorities, and Renutri Water is part of the Water Smart Societies priority, sustainable waters, but there's this blue economy priority, so it's sometimes they are kind of relapsed, so that we also contribute to blue economy, but you need to stick with one of the objectives when you are applying. The questions, there's some missing. What are the main questions? What are the best methods of reclaim water? What are the risks we need to look for and analyze? How the reused water could be used and where it could be used. So these are the questions we want to answer with this project. Okay, our target groups are the ones which are in there. They're very much focusing in a few infrastructure and public service providers, because we need to test and we do a tool that they can use. But all of these are likewise important to us. Okay, so here are all the Baltic Sea countries involved, but we have also a list of associated organizations, and there's Belgium also included, because a law is our associated organization also. Okay, here comes the list and the locations. So it's very much everywhere in the Baltic Sea region. This Samsø island, which is there, is definitely not that big, because it's like, was it now 7 kilometers, both northwest and southeast. So, but it's one of our pilot places. Here are the rest. So we have a lot of testing done in Kuopio and then in rest of the places. But the Kuopio, the Savonia University, is one of the main work package 2 places. Here are the associated organizations. I presume that it's not very interesting to go through them, so this presentation is available later. And the budget. It's a bit bigger budget this time compared. And we have just started, and actually I just came from our kickoff, so I have some notes which I haven't already added there, because we went through our project yesterday. Okay, and here is the interesting part, how we are dividing this work. So we will be preparing, well, this is the, I don't know how the other Interregs are now working, but this is the Interreg Baltic Sea region standard structure of projects. So we have preparing solutions, piloting and evaluation solutions, and then transferring solutions. So you always need to use that structure when you plan your project. And here we come into the actual thing. So if we think about the work package 1 and preparing solutions, so there we are analyzing the risk of the reused water, we are setting up the scope that what are the boundaries that we need to think, because in this project you can go and spread and spread and spread. You need to focus so that you can actually deliver results. We need to see what can be tested, how it can be tested, and what needs to be left out. And there are the deliverables which we are trying to produce. And this is maybe the most exciting part. So the pilot, what we are doing. So in the pilot 1, so we are also looking for disinfection, so end of the pipeline. So we are using advanced oxidation process, so this AOB process, and also the alternative disinfection methods. So we are looking also measurements like required and what is versus optional. So there we have pilots in Warsaw Waterworks, and they are going to have kind of this tent labs where they are testing things. There will be one pilot in Kuopio and one pilot in Jurmala. And in the pilot 2, which is composition adjustments of reclaimed water, so this is before the microbiological treatment. So we are looking for the nutrient adjustment, so nutrient augmentations and without nutrient augmentations. And the testing, this is quite interesting because in Jurmala is in Latvia, and it's a really nice kind of tourist spot. So they have also this thing that the number of people who are staying there doubles or triples during the summertime. So they have a lot of green areas which need to be watered. So they want to test that reused water in the green areas. Swander, our project partner, will test the reused water in Bania ski and spa resort. So creating snow, artificial snow, requires a lot of water, and it would be quite silly to think that that needs to be drinking water. So they are testing that how can it be used, how reclaimed water can be used in creating water. But they also have a lot of needs for irrigating of green areas, also irrigation of slopes, so that they would still have the green in the summertime. But they are not using it in a spa, not yet. And then there will be Savonia, which are doing the lab tests. And then pilot 3 would be breaking barriers for reclaimed water use. So there we have the Samsø Island, which is really exciting place. It's a tiny island next to Denmark. So little, there's 1,200 households in the summertime and 3,500 in the summertime when all the tourists come. So they are testing it in a greenhouse. But we are still thinking that how can we do testing with plants, because those who have been working with agricultural project know that testing plants, it means that you need to test the soil, you need to test everything, you need to test measure the leakage and everything. So can we just test it with few crops and also just with the biomass of the production, like if it's salad, that what's in there after the season. And then we will have also Ugale testing it on the green areas. Ugale is a place in Lithuania and Latvia. I think it's Latvia, sorry. It's Latvia, yeah. It's 30 kilometers from the sea, so it's also can be thought about as a coastal city. And they will test it on the green areas well. So this is how Renutri Water is built, and with the pilots, and then comes, of course, the part where I am involved is transferring solutions, so creating all the communication work. But then we are doing also this survey analysis where we measure and try to expand awareness, which also could be very interesting for you, that how these different target audiences are how much they know, what are their needs, and what is their awareness level of reused water. And then we will have this Safe Water program it is mostly directed for these infrastructure providers and municipal representatives, that how could they use safe water or reused water in a best possible way. And project website, since we had the kickoff yesterday, so I haven't added there yet, but we have a website. So as I said earlier, this www.interreg.Baltic.eu/project, and then the name of the project will be, there will be all the project under internet, under Interreg Baltic Sea region. So you can find everything from there. Thank you. I think that, yeah.
Thank you very much, Paula. Moltes gràcies. De nou, si hi ha alguna pregunta del públic.
Thank you. If there is any question from our audience.
Si no, jo sí que et volia preguntar, Paula.
Well, Paula, I would like to ask you, maybe you said it and I couldn't understand, who are the partners of the project? Do local administration participate also, and if so, which is their role?
Whether there are some public administrations or local administrations?
Oh yes, we have quite nice selection of partners, so that we have the technical institutes like University of Applied Sciences, but then we have the municipalities, like for example that SAMSO is both the municipalities is joining, and that's why it's interesting, even though it's like so small, that we can test in a smaller scale. And we have also Jurmala as a municipality, and that's also interesting because it's such a tourist location. That how can they use, and what kind of policies, for example, do we need to change policies or support some kind of policy areas so that this would be easier?
Yes, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions? Okay. So thank you very much, Paula. I invite you to stay there in case there are other questions at the end. Now I will give the floor to Lila Perra, if she is available. Well, I will read because I forget the entire title. So she is researcher at the Departament d'Estudis Marítims de la Universitat de Piraeus i participa al projecte Blue Air
project,
interreg
Adriatic Interreg research project on blue economies.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Lila.
Should I share my screen for the presentation?
Yes, I think you share your screen, no? And you can move forwards. See, you can share it directly, yes.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yes, we can see, yes.
Okay. Thank you for the introduction and the invitation. It's a pleasure to present the Blue Air project, which is an Interreg Adrian project. It is implemented under the call for proposals for strategic projects within the priority axis of innovative and smart region. Its duration is about 30 months, and It has started on December 2020 and it will end in May 2023. And it is also funded by the European Regional Development Fund and the IPA2. It is as an Andrion project, it covers all the Adriatic-Ionian region. To this end, its partnership involves 11 partners that represent all the countries of the macro region, along with 20 associate partners that are also active in those countries. Both the project and the associate partners consist of innovation agencies, public administrations, universities, and chambers of economy. So more or less, they cover the entire quadruple helix sectors. And its implementation is under the coordination of the Area Science Park, located in Italy. Blur is mainly focused, of course, on blue economy, bearing also in mind the protection and conservation of the marine environment. It is also strongly focused on innovation and how it can be strengthened and further developed and used.
Sorry to interrupt you. I don't know if you are passing the slides. Yes, now okay, it's full presentation now. Yes, yes, because maybe we were not seeing that you were passing the slides. Can you try now?
Do they change?
Yes, now we see. No, we just see that the first slide. So
okay,
I'm in full presentation mode, and then see if you can share. Yes, now yes, it's okay. Yes, yes. Now we are seeing the main territorial challenges and objectives.
Perfect. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
As I said, Blue Air is mainly focused on blue economy and of course on the marine environment, and of course it also bears in mind the marine environment and how it can be conserved and protected. It is also strongly focused on innovation and how it can be developed and used within blue economy and how it can contribute to blue economy, as well as it covers relevant innovation policies of the Adriatic and Ionian region, such as the smart specialization strategies. It should also be noted that the reason that this project has been is under implementation is the fragmented situation that has been observed in the macro region related to innovation in the blue economy, and the fact that there are both pioneering and lagging regions within the Adriatic-Ionian region in terms of their smart specialization strategies. To this end, it has been pointed out that there is a need for a joint transition to knowledge-based innovation policies, as well as a need for alignment those policies in with focus on blue economy. Having those challenges in mind, Blue Air's main objectives include the improvement of the competencies of the quadruple helix actors in defining effective innovation policies on blue economy, the identification of the blue economy sectors of macro-regional interest and exploit their potential for transnational cooperation, and also to provide support to the development of a macro-regional smart specialization strategy, of a macro-regional innovation community on blue economy aligned with the smart specialization strategy. For achieving those objectives, Blue Air attempts to, first of all, to investigate all relevant blue economy innovation policies, develop a set of policy tools that can support relevant decision-making processes in formatting smart specialization strategies, Improve capacity building through the use of relevant tools, and especially a tool for implementing entrepreneurial discovery process, as well as promote its main outcomes and results through targeted capitalization events. The expected results are a Blue Air innovation community that will facilitate knowledge transfer, networking, and cooperation for blue innovation, and it will also support the improvement of competencies of all quadruple helix actors with activities in innovation in the blue economy, and a macro-regional smart specialization strategy for blue economy and for innovation, accompanied by an action plan for relevant innovation investments. Concerning our achievements so far, they include the identification of and assessment of best practices in innovation policies within Europe, the identification of blue economy sectors that will represent the areas of priority within the Adriatic-Ionian region, the identification of relevant challenges and opportunities for blue innovation and cooperation within the macro region, along with the provision of relevant policy recommendations for addressing them, and the development of a tool that supports the entrepreneurial discovery process, which has already been pilot tested, and its results are currently under analysis. In progress, there are several activities related to knowledge exchange and networking, such as learning events, matchmaking events, and so on. The development of other tools that will support policy decision making for smart specialization strategies, and EU capitalization events. To be more specific, among the first activities of the project was the identification of the blue economy areas with interest for the Adriatic-Ionian region, with the aim to exploit their potential for cooperation in blue innovation. This identification covered blue economy sectors, blue technologies, and blue solutions. In parallel, there was carried out an identification process of the EU innovation policies in the blue economy. These policies were gathered and assessed, facilitating the identification of relevant best practices, as well as the relevant gaps observed for EU ZER. A relevant tool was also developed for benchmarking these policies, which was developed by the University of Belgrade and the Technology Park of Ljubljana, and it is also available online on the website of the Blue Air project. A macro-regional smart specialization analysis has also been implemented within the scope of the project. This analysis highlighted that at the macro-regional level, blue economy is among the priorities of EU ZER. However, this is not reflected at the regional level, considering that only 13 out of 34 regions of the Adriatic-Ionian include blue economy into the objectives of their smart specialization strategies. These regions are located in Slovenia, Greece, and Italy. And apart from that, blue economy in this macro region is mainly represented by traditional sectors such as fisheries, aquaculture, shipbuilding, and food production. So more efforts should be concentrated on the emerging ones too. Likewise, through the conduction of regional and international cross-fertilization workshops, the common challenges and opportunities for blue innovation and cooperation were identified. Those workshops were held from February till June 2022. While their analysis contributed to the production of relevant policy recommendations for effectively addressing those challenges and opportunities. These recommendations will support the establishment of the Blue Air innovation community that will engage all quadruple helix actors. These recommendations refer to the enhancement of blue economy within the macro region through the sustainable use and exploitation of marine resources, green technologies and green operations. Another recommendation derived was the need for alignment of institutional frameworks with the current needs of the quadruple helix sector, and specifically their needs related to macro-regional cooperation and blue innovation. Another recommendation is the establishment of a macro-regional innovation community, which is also among the anticipated results of the project. This community will strengthen cooperation among all quadruple helix actors in the macro region. Our fourth recommendation includes the improvement of capacity building on blue skills and technologies, and specifically technologies with multi-use applications on several blue economy sectors. And last but not least, pooling relevant funding opportunities for implementing all of the above. As mentioned before, the project considers also the entrepreneurial discovery process within its activities and results. EDP should be an inclusive, interactive process that follows a bottom-up approach, and that should also be continuous. Each process includes at first the identification of thematic priorities of a smart specialization strategy, and then guide all relevant stakeholders through each phase of the process of developing a smart specialization strategy and also implementing it. This process should support also the adaptation of new policies that will be refined. And thus it should achieve stakeholders' engagement through the entire process and ensure that this process will be continuous. So Blue Air has developed a relevant tool for supporting entrepreneurial discovery process. Its main objective is to find the key drivers and barriers for blue innovation within the macro region, to find relevant strengths and specify and put all complementary stakeholders in the value chains of the blue economy and put them on the right position. This ADP tool has already been tested in 10 regions of the Adriatic-Ionian area and has collected about 228 responses that are considered valid from all relevant quadruple helix actors. The data collection started on September 2022 and ended in January 2023. The data collected are now under analysis and will feed the macro-regional innovation strategy mentioned before, which is among the main outcomes of this project. And it will also contribute to the alignment of research, development, and innovation goals, resources, and strategies within the macro region. In progress is also the development of a foresight tool that will provide quality information and related to industry trends and global forces that drive the future of key blue economy areas within the Adriatic-Ionian region. Its main areas of investigation include alternative fuels, information and community technologies, robotics, aquaculture, and waterborne transport. Finally, our next and final steps include the establishment of the transnational blue economy innovation community and its manifesto. Its manifesto will include its principles and its main activities. It is also anticipated the innovation strategy and its complementary action plan for innovation investments in blue economy. The presentation of the main project outputs to national and regional stakeholders and to local communities in order to ensure their effective uptake and their adoption by local stakeholders, and of course the final event of the project that will take place in Trieste on May 2023. That's all from on my side, and the overview and progress done so far for Blue Air. Thank you.
Thank you, Lila. Si hi ha alguna pregunta per la ponent, si no, doncs donaríem... Thank you very much, Lila. If you want to stay for the last of the session. Ara donem la paraula a Marta Nel i a Alba Font, investigadores i professora de la Universitat
Rovira. Alba Font, investigator of the Geography Department of the University Rovira.
No.
Sí,
funciona?
Endavant.
Digue'm. D'acord. Sí, millor que ho fem així, perquè... D'acord. Bueno, doncs anirem a poc perquè anem tots coordinats i coordinades.
Hi.
Perdona, ens faltarà el passador de les diapositives, això sí.
Està aquí dalt.
Ja està, Marta. Green.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, I don't know. Hi everybody, presential audience and virtual audience. It's for us a pleasure to be here today, and thanks Diputació for your invitation. It's a good opportunity for the share our experience. Okay. Per contextualitzar una mica i tenint en compte que tenim 10 minuts i no
context, since we have 10 minutes, it is important to underline that what we present is not a cross-regional project, but it is important to underline that this is a project of transfer between the university and the territory. We have had the support, the funding of the Diputació de Tarragona, and in this case of the City Council of Salou and the Tourism Patronate. This project has ended up, it was a short period project. It is not a useful project. These kind of projects are short, they are executed in very few months, and they are more pilot-oriented projects. And indeed, what we want to underline is the fact that these projects, there is a close collaboration. We think that this is the role of the university, a close connection collaboration between the university and the territory. Indeed, there is a close collaboration with working groups, with public and also public and private agents. It is a project. This is linked with several projects that were developed and that were jointly implemented together with Alba Font. These projects, well, we've been dealing with 3 projects.
I que tenen al final com a focus principal el concepte d'aquest que estem parlant o que ens centrem, que és el tema dels espais blaus.
And they all have been about blue spaces with different touches.
Ens hem dedicat més a l'ús d'aquests espais, però com també hi ha una part que per nosaltres és molt important, que és la part de l'usuari.
And a very important part for us is the user. What's the profile of the user? Having said this, I let Alba talk. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for letting us give our presentation today. And this is going to be the content of our presentation. It is true that we want to talk about methodology, results of the project. But let me give you a brief overview of what we're talking about. We work with the concept of well-being of nature, of creation of experiences in nature, especially here in Salou. And then this new project is about the well-being of blue areas. Why? We have a lot of information, scientific evidence, saying that water has a lot of importance in well-being of people. Before, we all were worried about green spaces, and now we're talking about blue areas. And how can we reach the blue areas? When we talk about blue areas, we talk about water, either artificial or natural. Lakes are often in this country artificial, but they are all good to us. And then how do we interact with these spaces? In our blue spaces, either on top of it, inside it, next to it. This is what we talk about when we talk about blue spaces and well-being. Okay. So, if we talk about the coastal blue space, we talk about coastal well-being. And when we talk about this, is how our well-being improves when we're close to the sea or taking part in activities in or next to the sea. Researchers have found that there's a stress reduction, promotes physical activity, and encourages positive social interactions. We talk about the activities we do there. The space gives us, promotes social and family interaction. Allunyar-nos de l'estrès, o sensacions de saturació, i acudim a l'aigua, que és un recurs fonamental per naturally tend to go next to the water to feel calm and feel distressed. Water has been key to develop experiences, activities that allow us and have this well-being to feel good. What happens in Europe? In Europe, main cities are next to the water. When we think about major European cities, we always find a big river or a sea. We have always needed water to eat, to wash, or even to obtain energy. And what happens in Europe? Yes, most people live near blue spaces, but we are not profiting of it as much as we could. Sometimes the spaces are not reachable. How do we reach them? We think about these infrastructures we see in the pictures
But it's not all about that. Sometimes spaces are not accessible. There is no path to reach the water surface. There is either not or they're not promoted. They're not visually known. Or they're not well maintained. And for this reason, infrastructure around blue spaces are important to promote their use. And this maximizes the health benefits for the population.
Fomentar també l'ús turístic d'aquest espai, entre d'altres activitats i experiències que s'hi puguin donar.
Els principals objectius bàsicament era identificar i caracteritzar aquests espais blaus, analitzar els beneficis que porten viure, en aquest cas a prop de la costa, utilitzar aquests espais blaus,
identificar
la clau de tot,
this is where the key is.
Del projecte, és aquesta part d'identificar les oportunitats i fer propostes concretes, materials, reals, de com treure o maximitzar aquests beneficis que porten aquests espais, consolidar un grup de treball especialitzat, com dèiem abans, que també ha sigut la clau del que hi ha diferents agents, públics, privats, organitzacions, en aquest cas ONGs ambientalistes, petites empreses, i, òbviament, la part, diríem, que com que és un projecte científic, sempre té la part aquesta d'una aportació científica. Realment, el projecte el vam centrar en aquest cas, com deia, sí que hem sigut 3 anys, i per tant s'ha treballat sobre els espais blaus, però concretament aquí ara no està l'alcalde, però, òbviament, ens hem centrat bàsicament en el cas de Salou, tothom sap, i en aquest cas l'alcalde quan ha fet la presentació i l'acollida, doncs òbviament estem parlant d'una destinació important, diríem, òbviament de sol i platja, amb una llarga trajectòria, i que sí que certament estava emmarcat el projecte també dins d'un context que penso que és important remarcar, òbviament que és una destinació que durant aquests darrers anys ha apostat molt per ser el tema, diríem, en aquest cas de la innovació, de l'accessibilitat, de la sostenibilitat, té una certificació a nivell d'afiliat, però en té d'altres, que en el que realment
it is in the path to a change.
El tema del deport, òbviament.
It has put many eggs in sports.
Tot això sí que és cert que, per exemple, té l'adhesió a
it has tried to offer a different and more different activities and more
realment seguir treballant i buscar, diríem, indagar i buscar, diríem, com avançar en aquests temes, com són la innovació, com dèiem abans, la sostenibilitat. I és que és cert que després, en aquest cas, o arran del Covid o després del Covid, sí que realment van fer un esforç important en aquest cas estratègica, a nivell com una destinació turística, i el que realment es va posar sobre la taula estratègic el tema, òbviament, de les seves platges, el fet de ser d'una destinació de costa, i, òbviament, el tema de la gastronomia, el tema del paisatge...
It has worked on its gastronomy and the landscape, on a historical narrative.
D'acord. A nivell metodològic, i crec que és
at the methodology level,
d'aquesta xerrada o
which is very important to us,
és explicar-vos que tot i que sigui un projecte,
we want to say that
no és un projecte europeu,
our project
jo també tinc l'oportunitat de treballar en projectes europeus, que si el Work Package, que si els partners, tota aquesta part més entretinguda. Sí que és veritat que és un projecte més petit a nivell de dimensions i que potser, si parlem de partners, pensaríem en la URB, en la Diputació,
la Universitat Rovira,
per donar suport econòmic en aquest projecte, i parlaríem també de l'Ajuntament com els principals partners d'aquest projecte. Ara ve altres, i crec que també és l'objectiu i cap a on va la recerca, creiem en la cocreació de dades, en compartir, obtenir i validar tota la informació científica amb els usuaris d'aquesta informació, amb les persones que també poden crear aquesta informació científica. I és per això que si pensem, són 3 partners, però si contem tots els participants de les taules, que hi ha agents locals, agents privats, que hi ha persones d'estètica, persones de sanitat, del CAP de Salou, al final de partners segurament en serien més, no?
installations in the sports venues. So that we have had many partners,
sempre és a través de metodologies de
so
taules
to
de
speak.
treball, que siguin molt
We have
participatives
worked,
i a
as you
través
can
de
see,
diferents
with
focus
the
groups obtenim,
workshops,
diguéssim,
focus
informació.
groups,
Obtenim,
obtaining
compartim i validem.
information
Crec que és
and
clau,
validating
no?
it as
Aquestes
well.
sessions de
This
validació,
has been key. Validating data is
en aquest
key.
projecte, no? I,
Not only in this project,
participativa
but
molt important,
many
sinó
others.
també la part quantitativa, no? Tenir una mica de
Also,
dades,
there's a
que també és
qualitative
part, són
but-
molt qualitatives, però sí que
We
és
are very
veritat que
qualitative,
volíem
we
tenir una
have to
mica
say.
de dades
We have to
científiques
admit.
sobre això dels beneficis dels espais blaus, no?
We wanted to
Podem parlar, però
have
si no tenim una mica de
scientific
dades,
data about
no tenim
blue
suficient.
spaces,
I
because if
fins
there's
i
no
tot
data, we
comentar-vos,
don't
no?
have
Que per això
anything.
m'anava a ir del tema, aquests mateixos agents que participen a les taules de treball són també els que validen
People who
aquests formularis,
participate
aquestes
in
enquestes,
the
aquests
working
qüestionaris,
groups
no?
are the
Per què?
ones who
Perquè ells,
validate
com a principals usuaris de l'Espai Blau de Salou, són els que
questionnaires
segurament
as
tenen
well.
més preguntes i més
Because they're the
idees
ones who have
i més
more
inquietuds
questions,
sobre
more
preguntar
ideas,
d'aquest espai, no?
and
Llavors,
how
a
to
nivell
use the
metodològic,
spaces.
tenim com, quatre principals eines i
we
sessions.
have
La
four
primera
main
doncs, va ser
tools.
un grup focal inicial,
We had,
on ens vam dedicar a
focus
identificar aquests
groups
espais blaus de Salou,
where we
amb un mapa,
identify with the identification of blue
no
spaces.
només pensant en,
Where are
en
them?
el mar,
Because
sinó
there's
també
not
en
only the
d'altres
sea in
espais
Salou,
blaus
there are
artificials
many
o no.
others. There are many
També
other spaces,
pensàvem
whether artificial
en
or
la infraestructura
natural.
associada a aquests espais
We
blaus,
also
com era, on
thought
estava,
about
què
the
teníem.
blue infrastructure.
I en una segona
Where
sessió
was
el que
it?
feia més
What
aquests
was
elements,
it?
no, que ens havíem compartit,
And then we
doncs
thought
convertir-ho
about
en un mapa. No? Un mapa
we,
que ens digui quants espais blaus hi ha a Salou, quina és la seva
we
infraestructura, no, per
made
posar-ho
up a map
sobre la taula.
with all these blue spaces.
La tercera eina, per dir-ho
And then the
d'aquesta manera,
third tool, so to
era
speak,
la part aquesta quantitativa, no?
is the quantitative
Enquestes,
research.
no? En total van ser 247
Our questionnaires,
enquestes que es van recollir en
we,
un mes,
gave
amb l'ajuda i col·laboració de
247
tres estudiants que estaven contractats en aquest
questionnaires.
projecte, per tal de
They were done by
recollir
3 researchers
evidències sobre els usuaris de
in
l'Espai Blau de
order
Salou
to
per veure, no, quins beneficis obtenien
have
d'aquest
information
espai i quines activitats
on
realitzaven en
whether
aquest
users
espai.
were
I
having
per últim, no,
results, were having
vam fer una darrera
benefits
sessió
from
per tancar una mica, diguéssim,
the blue
la
spaces.
informació
And
recollida
then
en
we
aquest
had a
projecte.
fourth, a second session with the working group to validate
Va ser en
the
el marc
results.
d'una jornada que vam fer molt semblant a aquesta, no? En termes de
It was
parlar sobre
in a
l'aigua,
session
sobre el blau
very
i de
similar to this
compartir
one
la informació en el marc de la
that we're
jornada
holding today.
Que vam compartir els resultats del projecte.
And this
Per últim,
was when we,
vam també fer una sessió,
gave
la darrera sessió del
our
projecte,
results to
que ens
the
va
people.
permetre parlar també de les propostes i
We
oportunitats
had the opportunity to
dels
talk
espais blaus.
about
No? De fet, en aquesta jornada
different
vam tenir
ideas
l'oportunitat de
of what to
participar, per
do
exemple,
with the blue
la
spaces.
doctora Catherine Kelly, que és
Dr.
experta en
Catherine
el
Kelly
concepte d'espai blau,
participated
no?
on
I
that
té una gran
session. She's
trajectòria
an expert
científica
on the blue
en aquest
concept.
aspecte. De resultats, no? Tot i que
Results.
ara, a mi perquè m'agrada molt, no? Entraria en
Well,
detall a explicar-vos el
now
mapa,
I would love to tell you all about
de
the
parlar-vos una mica del
map
contingut d'aquest mapa, però,
and
bueno,
the
però creiem
paths
que
and
no
everything,
és el moment,
but
però sí que és veritat,
I'm
no, que a
afraid
través
this is not the
d'una
right
sessió de
moment.
treball, amb una taula, amb un projecte
In a
molt petit fins
working
i tot, i fer una
session
reflexió,
with
una
a small
revisió de
project,
literatura i de contingut, no? De planificació, d'urbanisme també,
planified,
podem parlar
even got to,
del mapa d'espai blau de Salou, no? Un mapa
the
d'espais blaus,
town
d'infraestructura
planning.
blava, també entrant una mica al mar, no? I és veritat doncs, que entrem
this
una
is
mica
what we
al mar,
did.
no? I això l'altre dia ho comentava, dic, bueno, és que els geògrafs
Well,
ens quedem
in the
potser
end-
a la línia de costa, no? Però
in
hi ha
the end,
gent
we
curiosa,
didn't talk
no?
much
Que vol entrar
about
una
the
miqueta,
sea.
mullar-se els peus i veure què tenim també, no?
Well,
I sí que és
we can't
important en el
forget
cas
we
del
have a
Cap
sea.
de Salou. Llavors aquest
We
mapa, no,
have
és
Cap
un
de
primer
Salou,
resultat, no? I
which is
científic
a wonderful place.
de localitzar, de parlar de
And
l'infraestructura
we
blava de
put,
Salou,
all
dels espais
these,
blaus, no? I les
places
oportunitats
in the map,
que tenim. A nivell
which give many
dels qüestionaris,
opportunities
no? Doncs
to the
comentar-vos, que
people.
ja ho hem dit, no?
And
247 respostes.
we had 247
Qüestionaris,
questionnaires
això, fets presencialment
out.
a l'Espai Blau de Salou.
They were given face to
Ens
face.
surten resultats interessants, no? De que al
And
final els usuaris van més enllà
which
també a Salou,
gave
no?
us
Sinó que
very
de les
interesting
poblacions més properes
results.
tenen En el cas de Salou, venen
we could see that not only people from Salou benefits from our blue spaces, but also people from Tarragona, Reus, even Barcelona.
Aquesta enquesta ens permetia definir el perfil de l'usuari,
the questionnaire gave us information about the user who uses the blue space,
saber sobre el seu estat de salut i de benestar i com interactua i quins beneficis li aporta
his or her well-being, how can she or he benefit from the space, what kind of activities are done. We have different kinds of activities, socializing,
garanteix o permet
the
aquesta
blue
cohesió
space
social, el compartir l'espai amb la família, amb els amics,
allows
activitats espirituals,
the family
relaxació, llegir un llibre,
to have an interaction, but many other
activitats més
activities,
aquàtiques i d'altres esports,
relax.
I inclús també activitats de conservació de la natura.
And there are also conservation nature activities. Don't forget about that.
De la natura i d'educació ambiental.
Education
I relacionant-ho amb el tema del benestar, doncs, a part de preguntar quin és el seu estat de salut i benestar, o com consideren el seu estat de salut i benestar, i com de connectats estan amb la natura, també preguntàvem sobre com és el seu benestar a nivell mental, a nivell social i a nivell físic. Això també era clau que les enquestes fossin presencials per tal d'explicar què vol dir ser un benestar mental o un benestar físic.
Face-to-face questionnaires, so that the person asking the questions could explain if the questions were not understood.
Bé, no sé com...
Well, I don't know if we have more time. Okay, 2 minutes.
Pel que fa una mica a les conclusions, clar, òbviament les conclusions són moltes i,
obviously, we had very many conclusions,
de forma molt resumida, al final, tota una sèrie de propostes,
of which we're only giving a brief
propostes i de noves línies i de potencialitat, diríem, per seguir treballant o per seguir, en aquest cas, investigant i col·laborant. Per tant, aquí estan resumides, però, clar, òbviament, en compte que aquí darrere, òbviament, hi ha material, hi ha informació que en aquest cas
have now a lot of information.
En aquest cas,
we have a lot of material to work.
Per seguir, diríem, tenint eines, instruments, informació, com abans deia l'Alba, òbviament per seguir gestionant, planificant,
in order to keep managing
realment les principals conclusions és òbviament que cal una planificació
one of the first conclusions is that we need a rational planning of the activities developed on the coast.
El fet de preservar i recuperar tot el que és aquest espai de costa i les àrees,
preserving and recovering the coastal and marine areas
és important. Tot el que és apostar pel concepte, pensem, del concepte del blue spaces, és un concepte que cal apostar sobretot a nivell, possiblement, ja no només d'imatge, perquè sí que realment implica aquesta part de sostenibilitat, d'innovació, tot el que són aquests serveis ecosistèmics que abans comentàvem, realment el que és la platja, com aquest espai de costa, ofereix una gran diversitat d'usos durant tot l'any, i aquesta és una mica la clau nostra també, clar, diríem, l'òptica, som geògrafs, però òbviament treballem en aquest cas amb turisme, i per tant també aquesta part, diríem, de proposta, que realment aquest espai ofereix tota una sèrie de serveis ecosistèmics que permet tota una sèrie, diríem, d'oportunitats, d'activitats durant tot l'any. Sí que també és cert tot el que és la part, diríem, de les propietats sensorials de l'aigua, que realment són un món que implica també molta creativitat, aquesta part més de creativitat i innovació. Si pensem en aquest cas en clau d'experiència turística, tot el que té a veure el concepte també del que és el blue gym, perquè òbviament relaciona com a concepte tots uns elements que en el context en el que estàvem, en el cas de Salou, que té a veure amb esport, salut, entreteniment, benestar, encaixava de ple. L'ecosistema marí pensem que és un gran desconegut.
The maritime ecosystem is very unknown.
Amb la taula darrere,
it hides many resources, and it's an attraction to be in Haynes.
I el disseny, la part creativa de crear productes.
Entrepreneurship has a lot to do around
perquè forma part d'aquest concepte d'imatge i el fet de programar tota una sèrie d'activitats
So many activities, many different activities can be
que és una mica la
programmed
clau, que és el
all
que dèiem
year
abans,
round.
tots aquests beneficis,
And that's the key.
dels que òbviament tenim una literatura científica, tenim dades, que per això pensem que és important aquestes dades que extraiem dels usuaris, que costen molt de
So with all this data that we have obtained from the users,
és costós. L'important és que tots aquests beneficis, o veure com
we can
aquests
see
beneficis
that
realment es poden, com dèiem abans,
the
materialitzar,
benefits
fer realitat,
can be
i que per tant
materialized.
Aquests serveis realment puguin oferir i puguin
That there
arribar
are many services that
a
we
l'usuari.
can
Que no
offer
pensem només en clau de turista,
the
també pensem
people,
en aquest cas
not
en
only
el cas
tourists,
dels residents. I per
also
últim sí que
people
vam,
living
en
in
tot cas, vam
Salou.
compartir el fet que òbviament cal seguir treballant, s'ha fet molt,
Of course,
realment,
we
s'ha fet
have
molt
to
en un
keep
poc temps.
working. We have done a lot in a very short
detectar
period
com a
of
elements
time.
importants, tots ho són, la resta, és el fet de seguir la part, diríem, d'aquesta gestió
We have
integrada,
found that it is very
de tot el que
important
és la part, diríem, de la planificació integrada de la costa, que és una mica aquesta part, diríem,
an
de que hi ha
integrated
molts agents
management of the question.
I hi ha un element
Because
important
the partners are many,
nosaltres li vam, que òbviament és un concepte conegut,
and they need to
però
be
és el concepte de
coordinated.
l'alfabetització oceànica, el fet de
There's another
realment de
concept,
treure
the
aquest
concept of
profit, entre cometes, com fer arribar
oceanic
la gent a aquesta part ja no només entreteniment,
literacy.
de lleure, de la salut i el benestar, que també, sinó
How
el
do
fet de també
people
la part
have
més
the
educativa,
perception?
d'aquesta part d'educació ambiental. I, com us deia abans,
environmental education,
de com apropar el mar,
how do people approach the sea,
per treure aquest
both locals and tourists,
i òbviament fer-ho
in
també
order
en aquest
to
cas
obtain
de forma
the
innovadora.
maximum
Pensem que és un repte important,
of
el
the
fet de la part de
water.
l'alfabetització, òbviament, i el fet de com realment apropar i traslladar, fer
how
reals
how
aquests
do you
beneficis. I aquests, diríem,
make people realize that they can
seria
get a lot of the water. Thank you very much.
Moltes gràcies també a l'Alba.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to
Un minutet per a una
Alba.
pregunta, si algun té. Mira,
Also,
hi ha una per aquí.
just one question if
Mira, crec que està venint
there
per
is
aquí.
any.
I després passem a la segona, sí. Endavant.
And afterwards, yes.
De nou, moltes gràcies per les vostres
Thank you very
aportacions.
much for your
Jo, com vaig amb el meu
contributions.
llibre, jo estic pensant a la reunió de networking del final de la jornada.
Of the
És a dir,
networking meeting
d'acord,
at
està molt bé,
the
una
end
experiència,
of
però
the
al final
day.
nosaltres
An
ens hem
experience
posat
is
un
a very
repte
good thing, but
que
we
és
have
sortir
a
avui
challenge.
almenys amb els primers passos
We
per
want
poder
to
presentar un projecte
come back home at least
que agafi el
with
comú dels
a
nostres,
project that
de
takes
les ribes, dels àmbits
what
costaners
we
dels diferents
have
mars
in
que
common
configuren Europa.
amongst
Jo voldria destacar dues coses perquè en el
two
networking també
river banks of the
els
Mediterranean,
participants i els
because
participants puguin comentar-ho.
so that
El primer és
the
aquesta visió
participants can
de que el primer
strengthen
usuari
this. The
de
first
l'espai
is the
blau és
view
el que
that the first
viu.
user of the blue
A vegades
space
tenim una mirada excessiva
is,
cap al qui ens visita. Pensem, no, el turista
her
ha de tindre...
citizens,
No, el primer interessat és la comunitat local. El diputat, jo ho repeteixo, crec que és molt interessant fer aquesta lectura de que el que hi viu cada dia i que pot sortir, tenir la sort de sortir a donar un vol, un passeig per la platja o per un riu, és el que hi viu. Per tant, ens hem de preocupar d'aquesta realitat, primera cosa. La segona cosa és com una mena de deure, una tasca a desenvolupar, com això ho transformem en una activitat econòmica que sigui sostenible,
transform it into an economic activity to support the population who might make a living of it, the richest ones, but also those who have more inland water areas such as Vallfogona de Riucorb. There is a spa over there, and we could say that this water can also be interesting, because for those who live there, what does it mean to offer a service? What does it mean to host the foreigners? So we talk of industry, of tourism, of health, and the end of this conference,
puguem construir un projecte perquè puguem continuar treballant
this lunch with proximity with local products.
Interreg Europe, que s'acaba el 30
It is
de
important to
juny.
highlight that Interreg Europe ends up on June 30th, which is a very near date. Shall I respond to you? Shall I answer you? Well,
Okay.
Molt ràpid, que hi ha gana. Moltes gràcies, Alba i Marta.
okay, thank you very much, Alba. This concept of well-being before the pandemic, it was not seen as an ecosystemic system. Has it improved? The first question. I say this because it seems as if the physical and psychological health was costless. Second, eco-anxiety, so these new troubles and these blue points, are there studies on this? Well, look, if you allow me, as for the well-being part, well, it is true, pandemic has raised this concept, but if everything goes all right, I am finalizing my PhD. There was not any pandemic. I wanted to study the well-being of green areas, protected areas, but now I moved closer to these blue spaces. Many concepts have raised, but when we talk of coastal well-being, blue spaces, it was already before the pandemic. If we have a look at the objectives of sustainable, well, these SDGs, that's talking of life quality. We were also dealing with tourism and blue economy. They will be sustainable or they won't be. So that's where we have to move forward, this concept of well-being. We have to make it more ours, but taking into consideration what we expect from this research has worked for the well-being of nature in general terms, and we were already researching before pandemics. If we talk, obviously, social well-being and green areas was something we had been working on. It is also true when we talk about sun and beach destinations at the level of the Association of Municipalities of Spain. There was a survey where we included the concept of well-being. It is new, but
no es que obri una altra porta, però clar, una mica abans el que dèiem, que abans deia el senyor Lordiu,
before Mr. Del Rio talked about the well-being focused when we say that tourism are bringing well-being. But what about the residents? Well, the well-being has to deal with also with residents. So there are these two elements or two pillars. And about eco-anxiety, well, we have been focusing more on this now. If we talk about tourism, there are many call papers on more spiritual tourism, about this mental health, well-being. We have been focusing more on this after the pandemic or since the pandemic. It is true that there are many projects that we receive. There is an involvement of a transdisciplinary group if I am a geographer, even though I would be specialized in tourism, I don't know anything about psychological or mental troubles. So this implies this part that we are working on. Well, obviously, it doesn't mean there is a long way to go, a way that it is just starting. Well, we can keep talking while we have lunch. So let's have this lunch break. Thank you. Thanks to all our speakers. Let's have a break. We come back at 3 o'clock. We will have Javier Remiro from the Biodiversity Foundation of Spain. He will tell us about the opportunities around this subject, and we will continue with the workshop. So please be back in the room.
Cause I love the way you make me feel. Work your fingers to the bone. I know you can keep me warm. Don't you leave, it's getting cold. I got you and you got me. Don't be scared if we complete love and war the same damn thing. I want your body all in. Cause I love the way you make me feel. I want your body all mine. We'll push it to the edge for real. I want your body all in. Cause I love the way you make me feel. I want your body all in. Cause I love the way you make me feel. We'll push it to the edge now. We'll push it to the edge now. I want your body all in. Cause I love the way you make me feel. Oh love, it's like I'm fading away. I want more, I want more. Oh love, I really want you to stay. I won't let you go. I want your body all in. Cause I love the way you make me feel. I want your body all mine. We'll push it to the edge for real. I want your body all in. Cause I love the way you make me feel. I want your body all in. Cause I love the way you make me feel. We'll push it to the edge now.
She work it, girl, she work the pole. She break it down, she take it low. She fine as hell, she bout the dough. Do a thing right on the floor. The money she making. They got the way that she shaking. You wanna touch, you wanna taste it. Have you lusting for her? So much more than you used to. No stress, how to move to seduce you. She gon' do the right thing, touch the right spot. Dance in your lap till you're ready to pop. She's always ready when you want it. She want it like an info, the info. Show you where to meet her on the late night till daylight. Club jumping if you want a good time. She gon' give you what you want. Baby, it's a new age. I like my new craze. Let's get together, maybe we could start a new phase. It's no kind of club or hazy. Spotlight don't do you justice, baby. Why don't you come over here? You got me saying, damn. I'm tired of using technology. Why don't you sit down on top of me? I'm tired of using technology. I need you right in front of me. In the fantasy, it's plain to see just how it be, you and me. Backstroking, sweat soaking, all into my set sheets. She ready to ride, I'll be ready to roll. We'll be in this bitch till the club close. What should I do on our fours? That shit should be against the law. Different style, different move. Damn, I like the way you move. Girl, you got me thinking about all the things I do to you. Let's get it poppin', shawty. We can switch positions from the couch to the counters in my kitchen. Baby, it's a new age. You're like my new pain. Let's get together, maybe we can start a new phase. It's no kind of club or hazy. Spotlight don't do you justice, baby. Why don't you come over here? You got me saying, damn. I'm tired of using technology. Why don't you sit down on top of me? I'm tired of using technology. I need you right in front. She wants it. She wants it. She wants it. I gotta give it to her. She wants it. She wants it. She wants it. I gotta give it to her. I gotta give it to her.
And all I am is a man. I want the world in my hands. I hate the beach, but I stand in California with my toes in the sand. Use the sleeves of my sweater. Let's have an adventure. Head in the clouds, but my gravity's centered. Touch my neck and I'll touch yours. You and those little high-waisted shorts. Oh, she knows what I think about and what I think about. One love, two mouths, one love, one house. No shirt, no blouse, just as you find out. Nothing that I wanna tell you about, no, 'cause it's too cold for you here and now. So let me hold your hands in the holes of my sweater. For me, just take your breath away. I don't mind if there's not much to say. Sometimes the silence gets a mind to move to a place so far away. The goosebumps start to race the minute that my left hand meets your waist. And then I watch your face, put my finger in your tongue 'cause you love the taste. Yeah, this house adore everyone the other beat's hat is for. Inside this place is warm, outside it starts to pour. Coming down, one love, two mountains, one love, one house. No shirt, no blouse, just us you find out. Nothing that I wanna tell you about, no, 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 'cause it's too cold for you here and now. So let me hold your hands in the holes of my sweater. slowly dying. I'm not wasting no more time. Don't think I could believe you. Yeah, our hands will get more wrinkled and our hair will be gray. Don't think I could forgive you. And see, the children are starving and the houses were destroyed. Don't think they could forgive you. Wrinkled and our hair will be gray. Don't think I could forgive you. And see, the children are starving and the houses were destroyed. Don't think they could forgive you. Hey, when seas will cover lands and when men will be no more. Don't think you can forgive you. Yeah, when there'll just be silence and when life will be over. Don't think you will forgive you. What desire can make foolish people do. And I never dreamed that I'd meet somebody like you. I never dreamed that I'd lose somebody like you. No, don't wanna fall in love. With
Take you riding over sunset-soaked roads while you rest your head on my chest, singing loud like there's nobody else. If there's a heaven, this is it. But see, love is not for the faint of heart. It's a thing we built that we gotta keep up. And it's sure as snow, yeah, I'm ready to fall, but you gotta let me know. Can you feel this spark? Can you feel this heart? 'Cause this fire burns brighter. And it's time, yeah, to let it show that this fire ain't burning out. I let you in on all my secrets, every win and each regret. You tell me how hurt is just a season, and hope is always round the bend. But see, love is not for the faint of heart. It's a thing we built that we gotta keep up. And as sure as snow, yeah, I'm ready to fall, but you gotta let me know. 'Cause this fire burns brighter. And it's time, yeah, to let it show that this fire ain't burning out. This fire ain't burning out. 'Cause this fire burns brighter. Oh, 'cause this fire burns brighter. It's time, yeah, to let it show that this fire ain't burning out, no, no. It ain't burning out, no, no. fire burns brighter.
Devil smile, angel eyes, breathe you in this paradise. But I want all of your love. You're my favorite drug. But I want all of your love. You're my favorite drug.
get drunk, I wake up, I'm wasted. Still I realize the time that I wasted here. Feel like you can't feel the way I feel. Be fucked up if you can't be right here. I do the same thing that I told you that I never would. Told you I'd change, even when I knew I never could. Know that I can't find nobody else as good as you. Need you to stay, need you to stay. Get drunk, I wake up, I'm wasted. Still I realize the time that I wasted here. Feel like you can't feel the way I feel. Be fucked up if you can't be right here. It's been difficult for me to trust, and I'm afraid I'm gonna fuck it up. Ain't no way that I can leave you stranded, 'cause you ain't ever left me empty-handed. And you know that I can't live without you, so baby stay. I do the same thing that I told you that I never would. Told you I'd change, even when I knew I never could. Know that I can't find nobody else as good as you. Need you to stay, need you to stay. Get drunk, I wake up, I'm wasted. Still I realize the time that I wasted here. Feel like you can't feel the way I feel. Be fucked up if you can't be right here. Every now and then I see those stars, palm trees and fancy cars, blue skies and daydreamers every
The day is over, but I'm not ready to fall asleep. So I'll call you and see if I can convince you to run away with me. Run away with me. Run away with me. Run away with me. And no one will follow.
Every song, every dream filled with help from beyond. As I'm singing, I relive the story. Every try, every breakthrough, and every cry. As I'm singing, I relive the story. Forget me and everything I've done. Oh, never forget me. Like I'm your favorite song. I'm fading, replaying these thoughts I thought while sinking down. Oh, never forget me. Shattered inside, but I still got a smile. As I'm singing, I relive the story. Oh, never forget me and everything I've done. Oh, never forget me. Like I'm your favorite song. I'm fading, replaying these thoughts I thought while sinking down. Oh, never forget me and everything I've done. And everything I've done. Never forget me and everything I've done.
Do you believe in what you're feeling? Show me all you wanna hide in your heart. Baby, I've seen it. It ain't no secret. Show it right away for once and for all.
I'm like you. 'Cause I'm like you. Come, my day's giving way too nice. My shape falling out of sight. You said I wouldn't walk alone. I need a minute to sober down, holding on to your heart. I feel you taking me over now. Open up all the lights. Now the golden hour can start. 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 My nights giving way to days. Your sign fading out of gray. You said I wouldn't walk alone. No, I need a minute to sober down, holding on to your heart. I feel you taking me over now. Open up all the lights. Now the golden hour can start. 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 Now the golden hour can start.
I can still feel you right here. You're inside of my room, and you know how I like it. Everything that you do, just gotta run with you till we're falling. Just gotta run with you every night. Just wanna let you know that I'm all in. Just wanna dance with you in the light. I'll let you taste my cigarette if you let me hold your hand. 'Cause we'll never have regrets as long as you understand that I will run with you till we're falling every night. dance inside the light. I'll let you taste my cigarette if you let me hold your hand, 'cause we'll never have regrets as long as you understand that I will run with you till the falling every night. So let us dance inside the light. I can still feel your right hand. You're inside of my room, and you know how I like it. Everything that you do, just gotta run with you till the falling. Just gotta run with you every night. Just wanna let you know that I'm all in. Just wanna dance with you in the light. I'll let you taste my cigarette if you let me hold your hand, 'cause we'll never have regrets as long as you understand that I will run with you till the falling every night. So let us dance inside the light. I'll let you taste my cigarette if you let me hold your hand, 'cause we'll never have regrets as long as you understand that I will run with you till the falling every night. So let us dance inside the light.
Got me all day, out of my way, growing so tired of the lies you say. Took you all day, I'll never wait on love. Can you talk with me? You never learn. I run, you walk to me, no concern. You don't even try. I lose my faith. I showed you early, you're still late. You wanna talk until we lose the day. You took so long and made the sun turn cold. I need to go now, I need to celebrate. Yeah, I never wait for love. It took you all day. I never wait for love. What can I say? I never wait for love. Da 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 da. I'll never wait. Got me this time, out of my mind. Look what you lose and then look what I find. Someone who cares, someone who's there. I'll never wait on love. Can you talk with me? Smoke till I burn. Hot then you're frozen, there's no concern. You started to try, but I lost my faith. She showed me early and you're still late. You wanna wait until the stars come out. You took so long, I found another way. I need to go now, I need to celebrate. Yeah, I never wait for love. It took you all day. I never wait for love. What can I say? I never wait for love. Da 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 da
Maybe I ain't lost my way. Maybe you had gone too far. I had nothing left to say.
left ourselves in the dark. So tell me this, we left the pieces like they fell. Will we have a lot to lose from lying to ourselves? All the times you said to me the feeling that you know we lost it.
Welcome to the second part of this season. A ver, Laura, sisplau, no sé si queda molta gent menjant, encara no? ¿Estem? Muy bien. Buenas tardes a esta segunda parte del programa. Explico un poco una variación técnica que proponemos hacer
our agenda.
Las reflexiones finales del vicerrector de la universidad.
The final reflections of the deputy director of the university. He couldn't be with us for some inconveniences, and he has sent us a recording of his talk. For a better continuity of works, the final reflection will be by Juan Antonio Duro of the University Rovira y Virgili. After his talk, Javier Remiro will bring us his contribution linked to the blue economy. We are going to try to play with you through these new technologies, not me, because I might be, I am older than a boomer, and Laura, our collaborator, who is around here, will tell you about these technicalities. And I want to thank Javier Remiro, who is with us, to introduce these European projects and the networking. We will open these working lines. We will do it with him. So I don't know whether we can play.
Bona tarda. En primer lloc, he de disculpar-me per no haver pogut acompanyar-vos en aquesta trobada interregional en relació a propostes per una economia blava sostenible, organitzada a Salou. No he pogut ser-hi, ho he intentat, però ha estat del tot impossible. Espero poder tenir una altra oportunitat per participar en un fòrum com aquest en el futur, i en tot cas llegiré i consultaré tot el material que pugui sortir d'aquesta trobada. He d'agrair de manera vehement la labor, la tasca i l'encert de l'àrea de projectes europeus i de Regió del Coneixement de la Diputació de Tarragona per aquesta iniciativa, una iniciativa basada en com a partir del coneixement podem desenvolupar una estratègia d'economia blava a la demarcació de Tarragona basada en l'aprenentatge. Nosaltres, òbviament, i quan dic nosaltres és la institució, la Universitat Rovira i Virgili, la universitat pública d'aquest territori, amb aquestes característiques no podem ser més que no podem. Hem d'estar, òbviament, d'acord i hem de recolzar una iniciativa com aquesta, basada en el coneixement. La jornada ha inclòs
This conference has included an analysis of international experiences. The best way to develop strategies is looking at what others have done, learning from others when we are not pioneers, and regarding this, for sure, all these talks, all these conferences have been fruitful during this session 1 of this conference. In addition of the participation of the representative of the Generalitat de Catalunya, You have had a member of the managing council of the hub of innovation of Bulgaria, talking about the case of the Black Sea. You also had a report for the case, the study case, the food, alimentation des Hauts-de-France, and the Atlantic case also from a technician of the Centrum Balticum of Turku. You also had some sessions with several reporters who tried to explain the growing opportunities, the sustainable growth opportunities from the development of blue economy. I hope that this networking between the speakers and the participants has been fruitful, and at the end of the day, I hope that this meeting will be useful to foster this international network of blue economy with an important role of the University Rovira i Virgili and the University of the city of Tarragona and Salou. I will read you a document about the potential of a blue economy that was made by the World Bank group, and even though it was based on the potential of development of this blue economy for small island states, as well as coastal countries, more developed countries. This strategy can be replicated in all coastal areas. Indeed, the principles of the blue economy cannot be more appropriate, cannot be more actual, and more consistent with the elements of the future of the planet. These were very well represented by the SDGs. The blue economy, blue and sustainable economy, has to serve four main principles, providing social and economic benefits to present and future generations. Therefore, it has to be inclusive, and it has to think that future generations have all the right to have a planet, if possible, better than the one we are having us. So the blue economy is preoccupied by the future. Another important aspect is that the blue economy pivots around the protection, resilience and preservation of marine ecosystems. It also pivots around the use of technologies and renewable technologies, as well as the circular economy flows, and it is also managed by public and private inclusive processes, well-informed, transparent, holistic and innovative. We would all be in favor of these principles, which are a must for the development of this economy. Blue economy is a concept which implies a measurement problem. As an economist, I am very much interested in measuring elements. For example, this new naming of the sector. At the end of the day, blue economy includes several sectors which are distributed in official stats. Therefore, it is a concept which is very much holistic, rich and diversified. It includes the sectors related to fishing, mineral extraction, generation of renewable energies, and all the economic sectors dealing with shipping, of transport of passengers and people and goods, as well as tourism activities. It is a sector that includes several sectors, and this implies the need of a comprehensive view, so the need that all these components go the same way.
M'agradaria, en tot cas, finalitzar
I would like to end up my speech with some key messages, or at least a selection of these key messages that this document determines for future actions. I would like to highlight 5 points. First, a key point which involves us as a territory, and it is the fact that territories must assess in an appropriate way the contribution of natural capital, oceanic natural capital, to the well-being. Second, it is something that links to us, the sector of knowledge at the University of Rovira and Virgili, because it tells us that key future action has to be the use of better knowledge, better available knowledge in terms of science, of data, and of technology, which will be critical for the present and the future of this economy. This involves us directly. The universities and the huge knowledge center are at the core of the development of blue economy, and obviously the Rovira y Virgili University, as one of the best Spanish and Catalan universities, is totally active. We have a huge diversity of research groups working on several fields with a clear application and a clear utility for all the sectors linked to the blue economy, from the maintenance and protection of the oceans, as well as renewable energies, the development of a sustainable touristic sector, as well as adaptation to climate change. So the possibilities that the research groups of the Rovira y Virgili are huge, and I think that my role is stating out this willingness. Another interesting point for the future is that territories have to decide what they do have to prioritize. In our case, probably as a coastal destination of first level, the driving element has to be the sustainable tourism. So blue economy is closely linked to sustainability and the resources of the future. Another interesting point has to do with the need that the anticipation to climate change is crucial as a central approximation of the blue economy. So climate change has to do with the blue economy. It is essential for it, in fact. A climate change that, as we all know, can have very important repercussions on oceans and on the physiognomy and activity of the coast, as well as its possibilities. Blue economy is closely involved by this need of adapting to climate change and mitigating it. And as an essential point of the future actions, the need that this blue economy is inclusive. It should be based on the participation on the several social groups. Indeed, I hope that this work, that this conference is much fruitful, and all my willingness, my will of the University Rovira Vigile for the development of this economy, of this territory, fostering all international partnerships. As a strategic partner of the Diputació de Tarragona, I congratulate you, and I put myself and my institution at your service for all what you may need. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will transmit, we will convey the Vice Rector of the University that we also feel much involved by your disposition, your willingness to collaborate. We thank Mr. Javier Remiro for your presence, your participation to this event. We will give you the floor. Mr. Remiro will share with us his view of this role, the role that we all have with more stress, because the blue economy is a key element of the recovery. So, Mr. Remiro, you have the floor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to participate here. This morning presentations have been very interesting to me, so that we have been able to see what is being doing at a European level. And now in my presentation, I will talk about how do we give funding with Spanish and European funds that we deal. This is what we deal with in our foundation. We are a public foundation within the environmental ministry. We have different lines: land ecosystems, sea ecosystems, urban. We talk about climate change, foreign species, exotic species. We try to work with the private sector. We try to participate with them. We also work at an international level. And we try to include the gender orientation. I'm not going to tell you what the blue economy is. You all know that it's a key element that will allow us the transition that our society is needing now. Our society have been trying to cope with the land already for a long time. Now we have to go and take a look at the sea, not to keep making the same mistakes, but to improve. Of course, we are within the European Green Deal. We're trying to have different approaches. This will allow us to generate working positions. We see that there's going to be a revolution in the workforce, in the work context. Technologies are going to drive that change. The European Union proposition, well, we're not going to talk about this. It's been talked over this morning. But let me tell you what our foundation is about. It was created in 1998, so it's quite young. We've been around for 25 years. However, we have worked a lot. We have been founding projects. We give calls for projects. We receive around 600 projects every year, and I have put here the main ones, the main calls about blue economy. We have here research on biodiversity, dealing with certain species that have conservation issues. This is about very small projects that allow to address the conservation issues. We also have another call on ecological transition and the conservation of natural wealth with 3 million. We have a call on the climate within the national plan for the adaptation to climate change with 4 million. We have another call about the Mar Menor in Valencia with 20 million euros. And then the rest are new calls that we're going to launch soon. First one is the European Partnership on Biodiversity, the old ERANETs. Now it's called European Partnerships. The Participa Foundation has 64 European institutions. We are together to found different projects with a budget of 800 million. With international calls and everything. It's a very interesting founding proposition. This one here is about protection of biodiversity. The specificness of these calls is that they need to unite 3 different countries. The projects need to unite 3 different countries. And also countries outside the EU can participate, like Brazil, etc. So this call starts March 18-19 is the kickoff in Prague. And in Spain, as I was saying, there are 20 projects. There was also a call on monitorization of biodiversity. It has had a lot of success. 10 of them have passed to the next phase. And now the second call is a monitorization of biodiversity. Now we're working on the third call, published this year, about solutions based on nature. You're certainly going to agree with me that this is it's in vogue. So, please be aware of this. They're going to be 45 million euros. And you need 3 different countries. So today it's a very good occasion to find people in other countries. Projects must be 3 years long. These are international convocatories and who promote international cooperation. Okay, now another thing. Next finding projects. The European Maritime and Fisheries Fund. In the future, we will have 2 calls. First one, Pleamar program, FEMPA, EMFF, and second one, Emplea Verde, on the European Social Fund. In this program, we will be working with developing workshops, learning by doing. As you can see, there is a call this year with 22 million euros. Okay, and then I have put here another call about circular economy. This is a call for companies, but there will be other calls, and some of them might interest you. This one here is already closed. It had 192 million euros, but it's closed. We're also going to be an intermediate partner of FEDER. We are designing a new package of calls regarding connectivity and green infrastructure. We're going to deal with cities, which is a working subject, a very important working subject for our foundation. We have published 3 calls for cities, for renaturalization of cities or of river landscapes around cities. For instance, Tarragona is a beneficiary of the first call for cities. It received 3 million. The project was 3 million. Well, I'm not going to bore you with the calls and millions. So, but when we have ideas, we need a call in order to make that happen. These calls have a past. We have been allotting funds for many years now. So that means that you have a repository of ideas and calls. How funds are allotted, how can you ask for them? You don't need to wait for the call. If you have an idea, a project, start working on it. I always say this. There is a lot of money, there is a lot of funding, and unfortunately, the environmental issues are on the agenda. So we need good ideas and people who are able to put them in strong projects. Everything is on our website. Please take a look at it. If you have education cities. Choose your subject. There's another call on bioeconomy. It is closed, but it will be open in the future. Okay.
Una forma de trabajar que tenemos en la fundación es convocatorias de ayudas, ¿vale? Es como la mitad de nuestro trabajo, bueno, el 75% de nuestro trabajo
this is a different thing.
Ayudar a financiar proyectos a terceros.
How
Cuando digo
to
ayudar es porque no nos vemos como un
give
financiador,
funding.
¿vale? Como una agencia que financia proyectos.
We are not an agency, a founding agency.
Fundacional, con lo cual son nuestros proyectos también.
Because we consider them, the project, we consider them to be ours. We are not going to give you money and then monitor you. We're going to be with you. Of course, we like objectives to be accomplished, but we believe in you. We evaluate many projects a year. We cannot found all of them, unfortunately, but we believe in you, and we are your allies. Then we have our really own projects, because some of them are a priority for the political agenda. Sometimes an agency asks us to help. Okay, so our projects are Life Intemares. You might know it. It's the biggest marine conservation project in Spain nowadays. Then we have Life Amar, who's been executed since January 22. It has a focus on sensibilization in Italy and Spain. We have set ambition that seeks to give an answer to the reduction of fishing. We're also working on the European Macaronesia, on the French Guiana. We also have the Spanish Observatory on Aquaculture. It's taking a lot of focus. And now we're designing a new project aiming at defining a more sustainable lifestyle and within many different activities are going to be covered by it. These were our projects. Okay, Intemares project. Biggest conservation project, 50 million euros. We have 10 partners. We like to work with scientists. We also like with NGOs. Many NGOs are working on the territory, small ones. They have a lot of expertise. They know where the environmental issues are and how to target them. And we also like working with the private sector, which is probably the one who's going to be more affected by the European directives. We need to work with them, definitely. So this project is nothing new, and at the same time it's very innovative, because what we want to achieve is a different approach. 27% of our territory, Spanish, is protected by the Red Natura 2000. However, the sea is not protected. Spain protects 1% of its surface, marine surface. Nowadays, we are at an 8%. Our objective, the objective of Intemares, is to reach 25% in 2025 in order to achieve the 30% in 2030. So, what's the innovative approach? Participation. To search participation in all processes, in the identification of new spaces, in the design of communication and sensibilization tasks. This is what we do. It's a project with 50 different actions, some of them very ambitious, who seeks scientific knowledge, governance, skills, and reach an adequate conservation with a very with good management. Which places are covered? Well, we wanted to draw a map of habitats of species of Spain. We have found 104 spaces that, with scientific knowledge that we have together, could be members of the Red Natura 2000. 71 are of habitat and 33 are about birds. So the approach was to put together 170 scientists who have given their knowledge in their respective fields about which spaces needed protection. So out of the 104 spaces, in 11 we're going to have ocean campaigns, so that we can see if our prioritization is all right or if it's not. We need more scientific knowledge or what. So with these 11 spaces and together with 7 that were previously identified, we will reach the 25% we aim. Then we have a Pleamar program. This is a working line on blue economy and with fishing. As you all know, the fishing sector is under the European transformation. So we also work in other subjects that outside the fishing scope. Okay, we have 5 calls for funding. We have received 407 projects. 211 of them were selected, 30 million published, 24.2 have been allotted. We are closing now. You know it's 14-20, but the execution will be extended until 23. And we're looking for special projects, those who have been executed excellently, who have who are examples, who incorporate the fishing sector and who are very relevant for society. Out of the 211, we have selected 14 They are examples to be followed. If you go to the website, you will be able to see if they are examples or not. On April 10, there will be a session, both online and in Madrid. These exemplary projects will be presented. These calls have been around 6 axes:
asesoramientos ambientales, fomento del trabajo en red, áreas marinas, áreas protegidas,
protected areas,
y sensibilización ambiental.
Residues and sensibilization, environment sensibilization. If you want to know more about the projects, maybe I'll be able to do it at the end if there's time. Okay, we are justifying all the expenses. We're dealing with okay, this is so you can see the founding dimension, 6,000 million. And we will be just dealing with 17.7. Plus 1 for technical assistance. Okay, something that you have to know is that we're only going to publish 2 calls. This means that possibilities for presentations are reduced. The first one will probably be on June. Please don't miss it. On Wednesday, I was in Tenerife on a meeting about residues. I gave a similar presentation to these here. They asked me, if our proposition is not mature, do you recommend us not to present it? And I said, yes, please do it, because that will give you experience. You will learn a lot of it, and you lose nothing. When you start writing, this is when you start asking yourself questions. So the sooner, the better. Nobody is going to give you 100,000 or 200,000 million to a project that is not clear. No, your project has to be explained in a minute. So in order to reach that point, you need a lot of work, because you will be fighting against a lot of people who are doing the same. So do not wait for the second call. Please go to the first one, and you will start defining your objectives, main objectives, secondary objectives. It's not on paper, it's easy, but when you start doing it, it's quite tricky. So this is my recommendation. Don't wait. So axes, very similar to the ones I've already told you about. So number 1 is about to generate data of the marine area, and another one on investigation. Of course, there's one in agriculture, residues, environment, strategy, marine strategy, habitat directive, birds directive, and another one on research, on fishing, and everything around it, so that our fishing can be more sustainable. We are very interested on having equilibrium of our projects. This is why we want to promote associations. Well,
but there will be this kind of beneficiaries. From one thing, what we would like a project with one single beneficiary, such as one university, and non-profit organization, Diputación, an association of fishermen. But we would like that the project would have these groups with a researcher, with someone from the environmental sector, someone from the fishing industry. Many times the projects have a lack of one of these pillars. I have a project with the fishing sector, and you draw it and you say, okay, that's wonderful. We are going to sign up 24 agreements with 24 professional associations, but when you find that your fantastic project just has 4 final projects, so you should draw the project from the very beginning, not to say that the first action will be exploring the possibilities with the fishing sector. No, do it before the project. Otherwise, if you do not have these possibilities of collaboration, then the project will end over and will fail. There must be a budget, some direct actions, and from the very beginning they will be part of the drawing of this project. That's the typology of beneficiaries. 70% the Spanish operational program, we are going to have a seasonability, so the projects will have to fulfill these characteristics. Collective beneficiary, collective interest. We do interpret that we are not going to fund particular interest of any company. We want to put forward the improvement of knowledge, those who represent a grouping of fishermen or entities that work for the whole planet. The most complex condition is that of bringing innovation. All the projects have to include an innovative aspect. How can we materialize it? Well, this requires some mental exercise from what is innovative and how can I integrate it. Well, innovative is something that has never been used within this field. For example, Diputación de Tarragona, how to bring innovation, incorporating to the project something that has not been done before in the province of Tarragona. We never developed a participative methodology for the setting up the identification of 4 conservation activities. You are bringing innovation to it. We value it very much because everything has been invented, doing guides, doing strategic documents, planning. On the papers, yes, it seems sound, but we try to make things change so that biodiversity and preservation improves, and we do it acting on the territory and through innovation, and the results will have to be public. We have a website with all the results of the project, so everything is public and transparent. We are working on the link with the data bank of the ministry. That's the main scientific information repository, and the results have to be public because they are paid with public funds. Regarding the action field. Well, just 2 minutes left. Okay, I can't go faster, but I will skip the slides faster, at least. Funding every kind of project, but as for the action field, but they have to be supra-autonomic. So these actions have to include several, let's say, Spanish regions within this natural park or this specific area, or they have to be developed and take place in the maritime field. Oh, I didn't have any more slide. Okay, much better than you have my mail. Well, not my mail, but my website. Remiro. Okay. You have also my website where you can contact me. I always say this, now that there is no published call, it is easier to talk with you, so you can tell me your ideas, this fits or this doesn't fit. We have a certain margin to shape your ideas. Once the call is published, we answer through the book, because we cannot go against our competitors. Well, we have a certain margin until the publication of this call to help you, and I encourage you to present the proposals. You will never know how your idea will turn into a project. There is always learning. You just submit your proposal. Many of you have submitted European projects. You know about deadlines, because the day when deadlines are almost over, that's when we receive 50% of the proposals. When you see the application and you see 2 submissions which are in late, well, they are just out. So do not wait until the very last day, because it might be too late. You can start working on this. Many people are focusing on how to do better. If the project is not allowed, well, nothing matters. We have to improve. You should improve this project that way, or why don't you look for another partner or whatever. A no answer can always be positive. Our exercise is from established criteria and how we do interpret your proposals. We will support them or not, but we always will provide advice, you with advice. Thank you very much for your attention. I think it was rather interesting. We will ask Native to bring us the knowledge for our ideas. Now that the call is not opened, because Interreg Europe should be open on March 15th. We just have a week, and then on March the 15th we will have to accelerate, because the deadline ends on June 30th according to the referred data and communications. The Sudoe should have been opened the night of the kick-off evening that took place in Santander, and at midnight they published the conditions, and during the second part of the conferences people were paying more attention to the conditions of the call. So let's do this exercise to build the project. We start from a first experience. that we presented, we knew it was a very huge goal with a certain complexity to receive funds. We had a positive assessment by the commissions. We were given 21 points out of 30. We were told we were relevant enough with 7.5 out of 10 impact, but even though we passed, we got 6. This effort that all the projects have to do, so our action can be disseminated elsewhere. We should have more specified it, but now we have to see whether we keep being interested in this new proposal and focusing on the works. We made a request from the Commission, so we would like that the project fostered by Diputación should have a main weight on the point of view of women. As a public administration, we have to incorporate the gender value within the proposals. It is just a proposal. We are not the only ones to do this, but it is important to say so. So Laura will tell you more technically this use of new technologies. We will ask you to use your mobile phones. I will give the floor to Ms. Capel. If it fails, it is my fault. If you have any question to Mr. Remiro, yes, we have already a question. In the meanwhile, if you can put the first question. And we have a couple of questions. Yes, let's wait for a while, otherwise people will start voting and it will be a mess. Good afternoon, thank you very much for your presentation. I am the Acció d'Innovació de la Generalitat, and we support the participation in European programs. We follow Innovation Fund, LIFE, and in LIFE I would like to know your opinion from your experience in an integrated project. These are huge projects which are hard to shape. And which are your advices? Do you advise standards, traditional ones, which are easier, but the integrated ones are more complex? First, some advices for the first steps. Well, I respond the best I can. They are done from a specific area. We manage funds and we execute a project. There is an area of European projects, e-life, so you can see the importance of life for the foundation. But in the case of Intermares, I followed closely the shaping of the project, and I can answer you. In the case of this project, a positive aspect was that it came from a previous project. So it is easier to copy and paste the results of one Natura 2000 for its declaration as protected areas. What I told you, we reached this 1 to 8 with this system. We will try to move from 8 to 20, and afterwards it was 30. To give you concrete advice, in Intermares there was a previous participation project. This was something very useful to profile some actions of the project which might not be too clear to see whether they were interesting for the agents before presenting it or not. Which were the objectives and the actions, and it was submitted to public participation with more than 300 contributions, conservation entities that would enrich this proposal. Taking into account that these are very ambitious projects, in the economy part as well as in the execution, it is important to have this support previously. Another advice would be to create a consortium. It is a key aspect identifying the stakeholders that you join for this project, because execution is very demanding and time runs. Time flies once it has started. So identifying the stakeholders, we have the Institute of Oceanography, WWF, other entities that we know from the past and with whom we work on a very close basis. And third, which was very useful, to have several funding sources. In the case of Entre Mares, it is an integrated project. We integrate policies related to the preservation of the seabed, the development of Natura network. It is an integration of policies of actors, because we have preservation, scientific knowledge, as well as productive sectors, and it is developed from participation. And it also includes funds. The foundation is managing European funds, fishing funds. All the projects that we are funding oriented to Natura 2000 are linked to Entre Mares also. This has been the main support of the projects. When we presented the project, we knew that we had this support, 50 million of social funds, and so on. It was already available, it just had to be channeled. When I put an example, 183 developed these actions within the frame of Natura 2000 network. If you have funds, it is much easier to orient, to aim these funds at these participation partners and funding.
Yes, thank you. It was a really interesting presentation. So I had another question. You already answered that, but I have another question now. With the EU cooperation, do you have some kind of matchmaking platform or help for the project applicants to find international partners?
Si he entendido bien tu pregunta, en el caso de España, bueno, hay agencias regionales como...
If I well understood your questions, there are entities that help the entities to look for these European partners to present, to submit their proposals. CDT, the one I know, a Center for Development and Innovation, an institution of national institutions that participate into all European funding lines. They do this work, they translate, they transfer these European calls to the Spanish fields through an open window connecting these agents for the formulation of the proposal. We have also technology platforms as well as innovation. Normally they are mirror platforms from European platforms. There is a technology platform of fishing and aquaculture. They do this work not as much as accompanying as SEDETI would do, but replicating the calls, the information of the calls. So there are several tools which are available. I am not sure whether they are well used. In Spain, we have improved a lot in the last 10 years, but we are amongst the three main countries as for capturing information, and it is thanks to these agencies, the excellence of the Ministry of Science, but also making the most of these funds and helps. We also have a tool, the one provided by the program. When the call is opened, you have a page to present your ideas, projects. So to present projects, and once the consortium has started, we can request the pending actors. The consortium now that we launched at the several European entities, it should be improved. The second action is thinking of the consortium. We are lucky enough to have you on board throughout this network, so it is a well-balanced consortium. That means that we have to make sure that it is well-balanced. We are happy to have you all from the Baltic Sea or the Black Sea, the Atlantic, that couldn't join us today. We have a non-profit part, a more scientific part. And we have to improve our nature. Not everything must be public administrations, not all must be universities. It is a complex work. We will have to run fast during the last days for sure, but that's why I encourage you to act, to move in advance. So after the call, we will have to make the effort through your contacts to ask you to invite someone who might be missing, or using the tools of the EC. When they say we need or you need someone belonging or coming from an island, well, from there we will find someone, because we are talking of competition. They explained it very well. I am a bit baroque. Well, we do not want to extend the session too much. We wanted to think with you about two aspects that we have to parfaire, that we have to fit more in a more appropriate way. We've been thinking about this for a while. They are the main protagonists, but we have the idea to identify other potential projects. We want to concrete new European strategies of sustainable blue economy. At the strategic level, afterwards, we have to be more concrete, even though Centrum Balticum, Southeast, DG Hub, Gaiheda Technological Park, and other partners that have accompanied us for the last 3 months, we will think about these specifications, how we can implement this sustainability strategy of the blue economy in our local environments. One of the questions we raise is where has to be the focus. We've seen that blue economy might mean plenty of things that can be even contradictory, or do we have to focus on one particular activity? One of the main questions that we are asking to be more concrete. I tell you how it works. You have to take your mobile. Salou Connecta is the Wi-Fi. It is an open application or with the QR. When you get to menti.com, you will have to enter a code 28172481. We will leave you 1 second. A first question linked. Here you see the code 28172481. From your knowledge, which are the traditional activities of blue economy that we would have more growth potential in your territory? From out of all the activities of the blue economy, which could have more potential in your territory? Here you have them, prioritizing them. I don't know whether there are some people following from streaming. By streaming, you can also participate, of course. You have to prioritize the one you consider has more possibilities in your territory or according to your knowledge. You have to say which is the first, the second one, and the third, and if there are just three, well, then three. Okay.
Si ho he comptat bé, queden 2 o 3. He de dir que he fet una miqueta de trampa.
Yes, I was cheating a little bit because well-being by water is not on the official definition, but I did consider by myself that this activity was linked to the coastal tourism, and I already added it as a traditional activity. Okay, very good. I think everyone voted. So, coastal tourism first, and products and services from marine resources, alive and not, port activities, the third, ranking third, and afterwards fourth, well-being by water.
El tema del shipbuilding and repair i el tema del transport marítim,
and maritime transport,
aquest projecte i en el cas concret
in the concrete case of this project, seems less interesting, but we do agree that coastal tourism, that biotechnology, bioeconomy, or at least traditional products based on marine resources are to be exploited because they have a huge potential. Okay, great. There was the question also in English. Let's move to the next question, the same one, but for emerging activities. Thinking of your territory, your knowledge, your experience, classify the emerging activities of blue economy according to their growth potential, as well as employment creation.
No és obligatori votar-les totes, eh?
No, no, exacte. No, el color groc és un color aleatori.
No, el concepte. La defensa marítima...
Defensa marítima, jo
Well,
crec que té a veure tots els sistemes de
defense, it has to
vigilància
do with
marítima, no?
all
Potser
the
la
maritime surveillance.
Sí, tot el tema de defensa i seguretat i vigilància
All
marina,
what
no?
is
Marítima.
related to maritime
Exacte,
surveillance.
depèn de com ho miris. Si ho és des de l'Open Arms o des del...
Whether it is open arms or whatever.
Molt bé, perfecte. Doncs aquí també jo crec que el tema de
Okay, perfect.
biotecnologia,
Technology, biotechnology,
claus, no?
bioeconomy are key matters. They seem very relevant. It is less developed in Tarragona. I don't know as for Bulgaria and Finland, whether it is a field which is more developed, blue bioeconomy or blue technology. I don't know whether in your countries or regions it is more developed.
No sé si voleu fer un comentari, Paula.
I don't know if Paula and Nina, we want to stress on this about the blue economy, biotechnology.
Com és la situació en la vostra regió?
How is the situation like in your region?
Okay, if I can talk about Baltic Sea region, I would need to almost suggest that you would check out the submarine network, which is can be found if you just Google submarine network, because they have already done a lot of studies on blue bioeconomy and all the possibilities, all the risks there are. So I would say that we are quite far there, and if we can use those ideas that we have in biotechnology from land-based solutions. If we can somehow start to kind of move from land to sea, so then there is already like a kind of good background for different processes and so on. But anyway, I would say that we have been looking into it enormously in the last years. Thank you.
Ina. L'altra noia, perdona, la Ina.
Yeah, and Ina.
Thank you. When talking about blue economy and biotechnology, in the Burgas region, I can say that we are not well developed in this particular matter, and we need more strengthening of the research and innovation in this topic. And this is more kind of the priority for another region in the southeast region. This is another governorship in the region, which is more specialized in bioeconomy.
Okay, thank you very much.
Gràcies.
No sé si hi ha algun altre comentari. No? Molt bé, doncs passaríem a la darrera pregunta, que no és oberta. Aquí sí que...
Okay. An open question. You have to. This is. You don't have to give an answer. You have to explain what are the most urgent challenges. One or two.
Una pregunta a la...
I have a question to Laura. Yes, I wanted to ask you about the challenge on our working space. I mean, sometimes we have a certain view. A challenge for local administration is sensibilizing, raising awareness amongst the population on blue economy. Before there was a question, how can we compatibilize the protection of the environment with the use of natural goods to create richness, to create wellness? Well, from the point of view, the view of each one, the challenge is incorporating biotechnology. I don't know. One of the presentations this morning, they say that they hadn't worked on spa matters, but that they could be interested in that as a new line of activity. It is not an academic question, but a question, a comment linked to the reality of each and every one. Speak through the mic, please, otherwise no translation can be provided. It has to be able to improve well-being of local populations. Here are some of the challenges. You can also vote if you like this challenge. Of course, you can vote for or against. Let's move to the next one. Reformulating traditional activities so they become more sustainable. It is an interesting challenge. It can be a very concrete aspect, so we are very concrete, very much concrete. Coexistence between local industry, tourism and population. It has to deals with ensuring the well-being of local population. The matter of local synergies. A key aspect is how we can include all these activities which are different one from another. So to convince them, to convince the stakeholders to work under the same umbrella. Involving stakeholders and entities to set a collaboration mechanism. That means integration, governance, talking about amongst several entities. More scientific evidence. Facilitating integration and participation of stakeholders, activities, and all the society when it comes to set up concrete projects. It is a transversal subject. Saving the Ebra Delta. First, at the center of a blue economy of La Rapita with research and innovation. Coexistence between industry, tourism and local population. I think that you already voted on this. Local synergies, yes. There is something that we couldn't see, but that we have to take into account. We should have clear in mind climate change. Finland will have all the ports frozen in a certain moment of the year, but it might be the only one country due to global warming. But we should make a contribution to this solution, not mitigation, but adaptation to climate change of industry and activities linked to blue economy. We have a huge action, and Ramiro could tell us more about invasive species. We have had new presences of wildlife, exotic wildlife, and they are adapting very well to our temperatures. We are talking of the blue. We are talking of some animals that we didn't take into account. We were talking of the blue crab, but once the temperature raises, we have seen the appearance of the American carp, because they didn't have any predators before. They were not in the trophic chain, but they are eaten by autochthonous species. It is another subject that might be about sustainability, but everything is related. Just to close, I tell you about next steps. The 15th of March, we will be in Stockholm, because there is the opening of the Interreg Europe, and there is the opportunity to have a 30-minute meeting with the team preparing the project. We will meet them during this 30 minutes. We will present them the idea of a project that Paula, Erika, and the others know. I invite you all. You must know that we have to have this equilibrium with the beneficiaries, stakeholders, but there is the figures of a partner or involved agent of the stakeholders, and so you can participate in several ways. In an easier way, we will inform you all of these upcoming steps, and we invite you to have your contributions. We rely on you. I want to thank the technical staff, sound, lights, recording, the interpreters who have helped us to understand one another. Also Sonia for her great job. And thank you all. The interpreters also greet you and thank you for your attention. The last and final words, so we can see that we are inclusive and diverse. A couple of comments before closing for internal matters in Tarragona. Let me tell you that this action is included within a whole program. We started on a bottom-up approach with public and private actors. We started in Amposta, Seguretat Calafell, Salou. Today we have held this meeting. There will be more events, because what is important to us is building this ecosystem worried and involved with the blue economy, and we project it at European level. We would like that with the stakeholders, with our partners of Blue Venus, we can do this blue economy system with this European outlook. It is not only an Interreg Europe project, even though it is a clear goal. There is a final line and objective, but on the way we have a WestMed, we have the COSME project, we have some levels, the programs that Javier Remiro presented to us. They are opened, and we will look at this very, very closely, and if the city councils can participate, ourselves as Diputación, but we invite you to be with us, because it is possible that there will be some projects where some non-profit organizations could be included, as well as other stakeholders. Our purpose is that knowledge is a lever for the well-being of our territory. As the Deputy Mayor said, we want our region to be the best place to live. At the end of her talk, she said, you have the marvelous beach, plenty of sun, and all these salts that we were referring to before. And that's with this purpose that we invite you to come to Tarragona along its more than 100 of kilometers, without forgetting the Ebro River with its delta, a reserve of the biosphere, but let's try to, well, encouraging the gender equality and beyond our coastline. We thank all the reporters, some of them for their efforts to come to Tarragona. Those of you who followed us through internet, thanks for joining. We commit ourselves to send this concept note with the materials of this journey that will be available, and we will be open to your comments, to your observations. Thank you for your participation. All the best.
Nos hemos pasado, pero poco, de tiempo.
All the things that you would say.